the Denver and District Pipe Band for some playing of the bagpipes to honor our ACA National show here at the National Western for the 36th annual. So we will welcome in our pipe band as they will play some Scottish tunes for us. Special thanks to our Denver and District Pipe Band for playing and serenading us some music this morning. And we will now get started with our open show for our Highlands for the ACA National Show. And we'll also have two rings going. We'll have our prospect steers moving in our South Show ring. So we appreciate everybody being here and online as well at ringsidelive.co. We appreciate everybody joining in and being here to support our exhibitors here for the last time here up on the hill at the National Western Stock Show. Making their way into your Highland show ring, which is the Northern show ring. This is Class 101 of heifer calves born of June 1st of 2024 or later. We will have in this class entries 4027 from Cobb Hollow Farms of Pigscaw, Iowa. We'll have entry 4025 from Martin Family Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. 4026 comes to us from Cobb Hollow Farms of Pigscaw, Iowa. 4029 comes from Martin Family Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. 4030 comes from Beyond Hope Farm of Ellendale, Minnesota. 4031 comes from Windmere Farms of Junction City, Wisconsin. 4032 comes from Angel Mountain Ranch of Pueblo, Colorado. And rounding out our class is entry 4033 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Those are your entries that will make up your first class of Highland heifer calves for your open show here at the ACA National Western Stock Show 36th Annual Exhibition. Walking in your Southern show ring is now our Prospect Steer Show. This is the National Western Stock Show's Prospect Steer Show for class number 1. We'll have 10 entries that will make up our first class of Prospect Steers. These steers were born January 1st of 2024 and or after. We'll have entry Creedley Post with a weight of 632. McKinley Long with a weight of 648. Hunter Sanders with a weight of 663. We'll have Sean Roth with a weight of 673. We'll have Melly Hidalgo with a weight of 677. Cody Harrell with a weight of 678. Savannah Ingram with a weight of 687. Caleb Thompson with a weight of 690. Those are your entries that will make up your first class of your Prospect Steers. Your placings for Class 101 of your Highland heifers: 8th place, 4025 from Martin Family Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. 7th place, 4029 comes from Martin Family Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. 6th place, 4024 from Cobb Hollow Farms of Pigscaw, Iowa. 5th place, 4032 from Angel Mountain Ranch of Pueblo, Colorado. 4th place, 4026 from Cobb Hollow Farms of Pigscaw, Iowa. 3rd place, 4030 comes from Beyond Hope Farm of Ellendale, Minnesota. 2nd place, 4031 from Windmere Farm of Junction City, Wisconsin. And your class winner was 4033 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Now walking in the ring for your Highland show is Class 102A of heifer calves born of May 16th through May 31st of 2024. This class has entries 4035 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan. 4036 from Clearwater Springs Highlands of Brighton, Colorado. 4037 from Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. 4038 from Highland Connection of Lawrence, Kansas, and rounding out our class is entry 4039 from Runamuck Ranches of Yakima, Washington. Those are your entries that make up Class 102A.
Well, good morning to y'all. Really a pleasure to be with y'all. Looking forward to a great day. I've been here all week, and the stock show's been good, but I know for a lot of y'all are probably ready to go home, but we're going to enjoy the day. We're going to operate efficiently. We're going to have a good time with your kids, and we're going to make certain that everybody gets a great look, and that, especially maybe in some of these lighter classes where they're just about halfway broke, we're going to make sure they get enough ring time where it's valuable to them moving forward, and hopefully they get more comfortable in this environment. They're probably a little bright-eyed relative to seeing the Highlanders over there with a little different look, and with the bagpipes here on that first class. Some of them came in here just a little bit more alert, but what a nice class. The young man right here with the smoke calf is going to lead us off. I thought when you step back off the cattle and just total up the parts, this one comes together probably the freest of holes at the surface. I don't mind his feet. I think his angles are adequate. His hind leg posture is attractive but functional and bendable enough. I like his maturity pattern, his back length. He's got enough length, but yet maybe just a little shorter in his proportion there than the calf in second, and so consequently maybe has a little denser, bulkier look about him. I think he's got more true turn to his round and his stifle. You can see it from the side. When you step in behind him, he's not the biggest hip, but he's got a nice shape working down his top. And still a nice fronted calf. I think he'll feed well for a young man. I wish you the best in the long run. This bright white calf we got here in second, this rig can get out and glide. He's really good and easy in terms of his motion. I like his length of spine, his depth of rib from chest to flank. To me, is a little more on target. I've got the black calf back here. That's kind of got the bubble butt on him here in 3, and there's no doubt he's got more muscularity than the white calf today, but in the long run, I probably like the balance of the white steer to sustain itself a little bit truer from his chest back to his midrib and back to his flank. I think he's got a little bit more lateness of maturity and true growth worked into his maturity pattern. He's just going to have to expand, but I think in time he will. He's a little long on his feet, like to shorten his toe just a bit. Again, the black calf, if you just want to talk about a muscularity contest, there's no doubt he's the standout. This guy's an outlier to the center of his stifle. He's got a tremendous shape working over his loin. He's got a round rib cage more so than a deep rib cage. I think he's going to make a nice calf, young lady. The way I see and project him, he's probably going to fit together best in a lighter division just based on his frame score. I'd like to see the calf just a little bit longer in terms of his muscle pattern, a little lengthier in terms of his hip, maybe just true him up just a fraction in terms of his front feet. That's being critical. I think that's a high-end calf. Just need to bring his flank down relative to his natural chest. We got Hunter coming out next here with the stock and legged baldy. This little young man here in the cowboy hat has one that is extremely muscular. The calf in 3, the calf in 4, those were the most muscular, shapely, expressive cattle in the group. This guy came in a little higher headed and sidestepping here from start to finish, but Hunter's done a marvelous job with him. You know, when he first came in, Hunter, I thought your calf kind of got a little rolled out of his hip, a little up underneath himself in terms of his structure. I was trying to calculate exactly what I felt about his potential longevity. I'm fine with his structure. He's just a little bit shorter in his hip. Like to stretch him out just a bit. It wouldn't hurt if he had a little longer tail. It's hard to make those short switch cattle that are already a little bunchier in their muscle really pattern up the way that you want. The young lady coming around next with the white switch calf got one that can absolutely giddy up and go in terms of his structure. He meets his stride every single time with a soft ankle. He's awesome in his lines. He's just a little bit juvenile right now in terms of his body cavity, not near as much expansion to his muscle pattern. Creedley's coming around next. This little young lady is dressed really professionally and cute here this morning. She did an awesome job. This calf that Creedley has, probably the most prospecty looking one just in terms of his green condition today. Creedley, I think you got a really high-end, high-quality calf here. I like his expression down his top. He's not the biggest footed. I'd like to maybe open his toe. More than anything, he just needs a little bit more time to fill out in his rib cage. I think when he does, Creedley, you're going to have a lot of fun with that project. The Hereford coming next, young lady's trying to wrangle there. He's been the honoriest calf. And you wouldn't expect that out of a Hereford amongst a bunch of crossbreds, but that's a good long-bodied calf. He's just a little high and tight in his flank right now. Got a good set of smoky cattle that close us out. All 3 of them really nice. This one I thought had a little more shape than the others, a little stouter head to him, just a little bit steeper in terms of his hock. The next one just a little tall and a little skinny-faced. And then my man Duke down here. Duke, your calf just needs time and groceries. And that calf's got a nice pattern. He's just got to fill out, particularly in his body, Duke, and I think you'll have a nice time with that calf. Congratulations, Duke. Did a great job. Let's give those kiddos here on the prospect side a big round of applause. Thank you all very much.
Results coming in for Class 102A of your Highland heifers. Fifth place, 4036 from Clearwater Springs Highlands. Fourth place, 4039 from Runamuck Ranches. Third place, 4035 from Sky High Farms. Second place, 4037 from Holy Cross Ranch. And your class winner was 4038 from Highland Connection. In the ring at this time for your Highland Show is Class 102B of heifer calves born May 1st through May 15th of 2024. We will have entries 4040 from Black Hills Highlands of Spearfish, South Dakota, with a breeder of Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. We'll have entry 4042 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. 4043 comes from Moody Heifers Cattle Company of Cookeville, Tennessee, with the breeder of Hrupek Riverside Highlands of Callaway, Nebraska. 4044 comes from Spear Farms and Highland Spice of Brentwood, California. And the last entry for your class is 4046 from Clara Wallace of Vandalia, Missouri, with a breeder of 4-star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. This is our last class in our division of Division I of Intermediate Heifers within your Highland Show. Your results for the first class of your prospect steers in your Southern Show ring. 10th place, Schleining Genetics. 9th place, Cody Harrell. 8th place, Melly Hidalgo. 7th place, Schleining Genetics. 6th place, Creedley Post. 5th place, McKinley Long. 4th place, Hunter Sanders. 3rd place, Sean Roth. 2nd place, Savannah Ingram. And your class winner was Caleb Thompson with a weight of 690. In the ring at this time for your prospect steers is going to be our second class. We will have entries from Kelsey McVicker with a weight of 697. Danny Santee with a weight of 698. Kaysen Gerondo with a weight of 699. Lauren Spate with a weight of 699. Morgan Britton with a weight of 702. Trip Moss with a weight of 704. Morgan Britton with a weight of 705. Case Carnahan with a weight of 711. Nora Eben with a weight of 716. And rounding out our class is Natty Hood Bremer with a weight of 718. Those are your entries that will make up your second class over in your prospect steers. We'll take the time to introduce our prospect steer judge while he evaluates the ring. It's Dr. Ryan Rathman. Ryan is an associate professor in beef cattle biology and a holder of the John W. and Doris Jones Endowed Professorship in the Department of Animal Sciences and Food Sciences. He got that from Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas. Ryan has a BS in animal science and an MS in reproductive physiology from Texas A&M and a PhD in ruminant nutrition from Texas Tech. Ryan teaches courses in cow-calf management, animal breeding and genetics, and artificial insemination. He conducts diversified applied research, including cull-cow reconditioning, confined and semi-confined cow-calf system management, and beef cow sustainability. Ryan is the all-time winningest coach in collegiate history, having coached 9 national championship collegiate livestock judging teams, 3 at Texas A&M and 6 at TTU. He's also got 5 national champion meat evaluation teams. Ryan operates RK Cattle and a registered Red Angus seed stock operation. He judges livestock shows extensively across the United States and abroad. To date, he has sorted over 400 shows in 40-plus states. Ryan is married to Kayla Coles Rathman, and they have 2 daughters named Kinley and Carly. We appreciate Dr. Rathman being our judge for today's prospect steer shows as he evaluates our top exhibitors.
All right, here in Class 2, we got a few different makes and models, but a lot of good calves, and y'all need to be really proud of them. And keep in mind here, as we're at a prospect setting today, low stress. You know, you want to do good, but it's not the final end point. A lot of these calves differ in terms of condition, and there's going to be a lot that changes in the future. So you just got to figure out how you want to manage and progress forward to maximize the value and competitiveness of your cattle. I'll just tell you the way I see him today, and here the black calf, no doubt he's got the best, freshest hair coat and is fit up probably with the strongest first impression. That's great, but I'm really after the parts and pieces. And as I study this calf, when he first came in, he kind of ducks his neck into his shoulder, and maybe I didn't have the perfect read exactly where his blade slope was. But the longer I think he's out here, the more he kind of settles into his natural skeleton and stance. And I feel like he's pretty square on all four corners. He's certainly a very proportionally balanced, fresh-chested steer that's got his sternum tucked pretty high. And I like the way that he progresses back in his lines. He's got a nice sculpted shape in terms of expression of muscle through his center stifle and then looking down his top. I wouldn't say he's wild, but I think he's definitely progressive. If I had to upgrade your calf anywhere, and I think he's pretty awesome, I'd just stretch him out a little bit in terms of his length of hip. I'd stouten his jawbone just a little bit. He's a little tiny-headed relative to as big and wide open as he is from there back, which ain't all bad, but maybe just to match that ruggedness that he's got. That's a high-end kind of calf. My man Kaysen, he said he's from Ohio right here with this wild-colored one, and I was really drawn to your steer, Kaysen. In my part of the world, we'd be amped up in Texas about that one shown as a slick shear Simmental, and he'd get along really, really well because his spine is dead level. He's super tall fronted, but yet has a remarkably good slope to his shoulder, and that combination's hard to put together. His length of hip counters the one that's in front of you. I like where his tail head sits a little bit better, and his length of neck. I love that calf in those regards. We get him out and we parade him. This guy's step for step's as good as the one that wins. He's a little narrower base, but yet I think the texture to his muscle is still good. I'd probably change his foot up just a little bit. His foot shape is maybe just a little flat-heeled and a little bit curled. Just going to have to stay on top of that. I'd square those front feet up in him. Maybe bring his flank down in him just a nickel when we get him in motion relative to how he balances from there forward to the base of his plate. The calf we got in 3 that I guess is kind of a little bit of a blue roan with a white underline. Hey, this guy has got the big legs, the big muscles when you get in behind him. There's a massive hip stacked in there, incredibly stout stifle. I like these rugged, tough pieces. He's up-fronted and long neck, young lady. He almost looked just a little discombobulated when we had him in motion in terms of being a little rounder hip. His tail head didn't maybe lay into it in relation to that quite as smooth. Maybe just got a little piecier and a little uncoordinated. Just like to square him down off both ends and just say him a little more coordinated in motion. Those are minor things. You got a big-time calf there that I think is going to make a remarkably good fat steer. The young lady that comes next has kind of a quicker maturing one. This one, I would say, needs to stay in a lighter class in the long run. If he's not, he's probably going to get a little too fat. I'd lean him up already just a little bit in the interior of his blade and from there forward into his neck. This guy is sound and true. He's good centered. He's good kind of cattle, just a little quicker pattern with a little less bone. He's got some muscle, but he's not quite as wide hip. The next cat's got a little chrome on him, a little harder ankled, maybe just swishing his tail out here and a little bit harder bodied. And so he's just not calm enough to maybe just max out the posture of his hind leg. But I think that's a calf that's got a lot of muscularity. My man Case is coming next. He's got a nice calf that maybe not the most attractive in terms of how he lays his ankle to the ground, and he's a little flatter and greener bodied, but he is long top and got a nice look up to his front end. Case did an awesome job. Good black steer, just a little bit skinnier. It's long neck. Another gray calf that's kind of the same make and model. Super cool up to his front end. Got a flat ankle to him. He's just a little flatter footed in conjunction with it and just needs a little more flank and softness. The black calf, young lady, that you have, I think that calf's got a nice pattern from the side. He's not as husky as some of the other cattle out here today. That's why you're there, but I think his structure's made to last. I think you just continue to push on that one, and that one will get better and better.
Some results to get to real quickly before we get our other judge, Melissa Smith, to give her reasons for her division drive in the Highland Show. 9th place over in your prospects was Morgan Britton. 8th place, Trip Moss. 7th place, Nora Eben. 6th place, Case Carnahan. 5th place, Danny Santee. 4th place, Lauren Spate. 3rd place, Kelsey McVicker. 2nd place, Kaysen Gerardo. And your class winner was Nady Bremer. We'll move into our third class, which will include entries Emma Fassett of 728, Tristan Hastings of 734, Trip Moss of 744, McKinley Long with a weight of 748, Ellie Crosscobb with a weight of 748, Schleining Genetics Team with a weight of 750, Adelie Letterman with a weight of 750, Lane Crosscobb with a weight of 752, and Ian Madden rounds out your class with 753 and a entry of 756. Over in your Highland show, we now have our class winners that have returned from classes 101, 102A, and 102B. Our judge, Melissa Smith, will select your champion and reserve champion Division I intermediate heifers. Your champion will be receiving a banner sponsored by Leah White Farms, and a reserve champion will receive a banner sponsored by Scarlet Sunrise Farms. Your champion Division I intermediate heifer comes from your third class, 4042 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. We'll now move in our second place from our third class for consideration for the reserve champion. That second place entry will be entry 44 from Spear Farms and Highland Spice of Brentwood, California. Your reserve champion intermediate was Highland Connection. We will now clear out our ring and bring up our next class. Our next class for our Highlands will be Class 103A of heifer calves born of April 16th through April 30th of 2024. Within this class, we will have entries 4048 from four-store Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. 4049 comes from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. 4050 will come from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. 4051 will come from Black Hills Highlands of Spearfish, South Dakota. 4052 comes from Tayton Farms of Shelley, Idaho. 4054 comes from Trinity Farms of Greeley, Colorado. 4055 comes from Leo White Farms of Charlotte, Michigan. 4057 will come from Windmere Farms of Junction City, Wisconsin. And rounding out our class would be entry 4058 from Rory Baxter of Brighton, Colorado. Those will be your entries that will walk into the ring here shortly. That will make up Class 103A of Highland heifers.
All right, here in Class 3, really nice group of calves. There's a lot of difference here amongst these. Maybe not a perfect one in terms of putting it all together, but a good set of calves. There's going to be a lot of volatility in how somebody might place this class depending on where they lay their emphasis. For me, my emphasis is placed on structural soundness and balance. That's where I like this Snow White calf to start. He's got the look I'm after from the side. His neck's a mile long. He's really tall fronted at the top of his blade, but yet still is bendable below it. But yet he carries down his spine very effectively. When you get him behind him, he's about middle of the class in terms of his muscularity, but at the same time, he's got a big forearm. He's fairly stout in his muzzle and jawbone, so he's got a stout feature to maybe counter that deficit just a little bit. So I'll bet on him coming and expanding, and we'll run with his structure and look here to start Class 3. The gold steer we've got here in second, obviously not much hair like the judge. This calf is really expressive. Got a hard shape down his top, a hard shape in his stifle. We need more belly to run with that white calf today, young lady. I think he's plenty adequate in his structure. I would free his hock up just a little bit in motion. I think in the long run that calf's going to make a really nice high-end type, high cutability type show steer as a fat. This gray calf is one, when he first walked in, he was kind of pushing him and turning him up front. He was kind of a little bit down and snappy on his offside hind leg. ankle, and so that concerned me. When we get that calf settled down and he relaxes on those back feet, he's actually got a decent posture to his hind leg. He's got a really proud, arrogant look about his neck set. He's got a shorter back, but some depth to his rib. I think a nice pattern to that calf. Young man, just got to keep grinding and keep working hard. This little lady that comes next, I didn't get up there to talk to her and ask her name because the calf was just a little bit crazier and I didn't want to disturb him. But, sweetie, you've done a marvelous job here. You need to be very proud of your efforts today. This calf came in worked up, and your patience, you've remained with a smile on your face, and your adrenaline has been low, and this calf has continuously worked a little better throughout the class. He'll do good for you. No doubt he's the meat wagon in the group. I don't know if I'm quite as comfortable with the safeness of his structure in terms of accuracy up front. Like to lay his blade back in him and just free him up just a bit. Lane's coming next in this sharp blue shirt. He said this is the first time showing at Denver. And Lane, I told him you got a good moderate, deep-sided type calf that's got a nice practical look about him. He's a little deeper in his chest relative to being a little shorter in his front leg. Maybe like to see him just a little bigger ended as I step in behind him relative to a calf that's a little quicker pattern and shorter statured. The calf we got coming next, young lady, that calf right there has got a big presence from the side, super long neck, big fuzzy ears. That one's long-bodied. I like to expand his body. He gets a little sucked up and a little flat-ribbed, and it goes away just a little bit tight in terms of the point of his hock in bringing him in. The black calf coming next, beautiful look up there his front end. Definitely one of the cooler looking calves up there. Just a little longer and skinnier headed, a little higher in his flank and rounder out of his hip. We got a nice white calf coming next, just gets a little bit less comfortable in terms of his back, foot, and ankle. Like to expand those feet. McKinley, you did a great job, sweetie. That calf's got a nice square hip, deep center body, just a little piecey as we work into his full rib and shoulder. The red one was still a little bit ranchy, and so docility-wise, I had to put his disposition score at the end of the group. I think he's a nice calf as we get him settled down. That calf certainly will work his way up. Let's give all those kids a big round of applause.
Your results for class number 3 on your prospect steers. 9th place was Schlanning Genetics with a weight of 750. 8th place was Ian McFadden of 753. 7th place, Ian Madden with a weight of 756. 6th place was Emma Fassett with a weight of 728. 5th place was Lane Crosscobb with a weight of 752. 4th place was Ellie Crosscobb with a weight of 748. 3rd place was Trip Moss with a weight of 744. 2nd place was McKinley Long with a weight of 748. And your class winner was Adelie Letterman with a weight of 750. I believe at this time we will now bring back our class winners from classes 1, 2, and 3, and we will do our division. So that is correct. We are going to bring back our class winners from our first 3 classes. From your first place, Caleb Thompson. 2nd place being Savannah Ingram. From your 2nd class, first place, Natty Hood Bremer. 2nd place from class 2, Kaysen Gerardondo. 3rd class, first place, Adelie Letterman. 2nd place, McKinley Long. Those are your top 3 class winners, and our judge will select your Division I champion and reserve champions.
Hey, back over here on the prospect side, we're going to choose a top 5 here in your first division. We will do that throughout the day so we can land on a top 5 eventually overall. So it may just take a minute, but we'll do our divisions relatively quickly. We got 3 very nice class winners. I thought all 3 of them, balance and structurally wise, very acceptable, very progressive type cattle. There's some modest differences in terms of maybe muscularity as I read them in the long run. I think just totaling it up and coming together with the highest caliber look. The one that I like for champion is the young lady's black steer here in the middle of the group. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Congratulate her on her D1 champ. It's a nice calf. Wish you the best with him. Case, you got to come over here to the party and get in the middle, buddy, with your semi-steer. As we look at the 3 cattle now, the Smoke, nice complete steer. The Simmental of Cases, that's a calf that I really like. His length of spine, his shape. Maybe just runs a little up to his flank and could be a little better in this claw shape. And then you got old Whitey right there, old polar bear. Just needs a little bigger rear end and a little bigger caboose to match how cool he is from the side. I think to match this one, combination of balance, structure, and muscularity, I like the Cowboy here out of the first class. Congratulations, bud. All right, bringing in old Whitey now, second in that class. We've got calf that's got a nice look and presence about him, bendable in his structure, maybe just a little bit flatter footed and longer toed. I like Case's semi-steer to come in our 3rd spot. Case, come on over here, bud. Let's congratulate Case here. He did a fine job. Came all the way from Ohio, I believe he told me. Old Blue steps in that next slot there, 3rd in that class, and that calf was really stout, a calf that had some bone and ruggedness about him. Maybe just needs to be just a little bit smoother in terms of his design. I liked our Class 3 winner here, young lady. If you can get enough muscularity in him, boy, he's going to be tough to beat. Congratulations to you. Well, there's a pair of nice Charolais on either end, but I like old Blue here to come in 5, young lady. Congratulations to you. Guys, let's give everybody here in our first division a big round of applause. These kids were doing a great job. Some of these cattle were a little ranchy, but they stayed the course, and hopefully we got them more broke.
Your top 5 individuals from your first division of prospect steers. First place, Natty Hood Bremer. 2nd place, Caleb Thompson. 3rd place, Kaysen Giordano. 4th place, Adelie Letterman. And your top 5 is Savannah Ingram. We'll move right along into our next division, which will be our 2nd division. We'll start off with class number 4. Class number 4 of prospect steers will have a weight range of 761 to 779. We'll have a total of 10 entries that will make up our first class in our 2nd division. We'll have entry Grady Moss with a weight of 761. Bays Hastings with a weight of 763. Kelby Hess with a weight of 765. Boston Johnson with a weight of 766. Caleb Ramsey with a weight of 767. Landon Spate with a weight of 767. Miranda Leatherman with a weight of 770. Mary Friend with a weight of 771. Aubrey Weiss with a weight of 775. And Ian Madden will come in the last part of our class with a weight of 779. Those will be your 10 entries that will make up your next class of your prospect steers. Your Class 103B Highland heifers results. Sixth place was 4061 from Winland Flats of Princeton, Minnesota. Fifth place was 4064 from 11M Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. Fourth place was 4062 from Leah White Farms of Charlotte, Michigan. Third place, 4067 from L&S Cattle Company of Mason City, Nebraska. Second place, 4066 from Trafalgar Square Farms of North Pomfret, Vermont. And your class winner was entry 4068 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. In the ring at this time for the Northern Highland Show Ring is Class 104A of Highland heifer calves. They were born of March 16th through March 31st of 2024. We have entries 4070 from Lone Pine Livestock of Pixcott, Iowa. 4071 from Leah White Farms of Charlotte, Michigan. 4072 from Oak Grove Farm of Elmira, New York. 4073 from Schulte Farms of Pleasanton, Nebraska. 4074 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan. 4076 from Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. 4078 rounds out our class from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Those are your entries that make up Class 104A of your Highland heifer calves.
All right, we are rocking and rolling right in here to the second division first class. I thought a pretty standout class winner. Very, very nice calf. You know, he hit the ring, got a nice balance, proportional design from the side. I think his parts and pieces match. He's maybe just a fraction low pin. When he comes in big and rugged in terms of his structure, I think even beyond that big leg hair. What I really liked about your calf, young man, when he goes away, he is so genuine from hip to hock to ground. The way that he squares up and just goes with the right type of width to his framework is very impressive. That's a nice calf. Calf we roll in with in second, I told the young lady his hair coat's a little bit more like the cattle on the other side of the chain there. It's kind of long and curly, but he's got a deadly look if you can get past kind of his hair coat. He's up-fronted, clean-chested, long spine, flexible in terms of his structure. I was shocked how much muscle he had when I got him behind him. I thought from the side he read just a little bit flatter, but you get him behind that calf, and he's got some progression in terms of muscularity. We just need to maybe dial the hair back just a little bit and shorten his toe. The calf I got down here in three, you talk about a moderate, chunky, thick, muscular rig that's wide open in his chest floor and body cavity, but not obnoxious in his shoulder. That's a good kind of a cattle right there, young lady. You ought to be really, really fired up about him. When he goes away, he kind of rolls his hock. His old back feet just kind of roll under him just a little bit and narrow just a bit. I'd like to stamp that foot down to the ground with a little bigger impression and spread to his outside claw. Bays has got the blue roan coming around next, a young man there with the blonde hair. He's a fine young man doing a good job, got the green show stick. Old Blue right here has got as big of a caboose as any calf in the class. He's got a big old plane of big old flat back running down his spine in terms of width and mass. You know, you get him set up from the side, maybe a little shorter and lower pin, maybe not the longest neck, but he's proportional, and I like his body cavity. Bays, you keep hustling with this calf. He's going to do some good for you. I'll probably pick on him a little bit in terms of just the point of his shoulder or toeing out at times just a little bit. Like to lengthen that hip, but it was a pleasure to meet you, Bays. Kelby's coming around next. Kelby has got the best boots of the day. We won't see any fancier boots or sparkly a harness as this young lady has come to the ring with. She's in fine form, and she's got a nice sound calf. It's probably a little sounder than Bays' calf right in front of her. But you know, he's just a little shorter in terms of his cannon bone, a little deeper in terms of his chest. I think in the long run, definitely got to keep that one as a lightweight compositionally such that he doesn't get too fat. He's just a little bit soft and already at this light of a weight. The next calf we got, he was out front and hit the ring with a wild neck. He's got a long set of lean lines. he kind of rolls up on his feet, maybe just gets a little steeper in terms of the natural angles laid into his skeleton. The next black calf here, big old tag 4, I guess just a little bit funnel down through his stifle, maybe just a little bit green right now, young lady, through his heart and back into his flank. But I think he's got a nice outline. His top line lays into him good. Young lady here with the gold green tag calf got one that's deep-sided and long spine and level from hooks to pins. I really like that about him. Coming at you, I'd open him up through his chest and his knee and just bring him back with more genuine rib shape and muscularity. Young lady, your bronco calf, plenty sound. He's going to last. He's just a little bit off behind his shoulder. There's not near as much product in that calf as some of the other cattle today, maybe in time. And then the young lady right here at the end with the orange kind of bronco calf, got one that's just a little piecey. Like to change up his front structure just a bit if I could. She did a marvelous job. I'm super proud of her. Calf was giving her a tough time, and she stayed with a smile on her face. That's what it's all about. Congratulations to all those kids from top to bottom in that class.
Your results for class number 4 on your prospect steers. 10th place, Ian Madden. 9th place, Miranda Leatherman. 8th place, Aubrey Weiss. 7th place, Boston Johnson. 6th place, Grady Moss. 5th place, Kelby Hess. 4th place, Bays Hastings. 3rd place, Landon Spate. 2nd place, Mary Friend. And your class winner, Caleb Ramsey. Walking into the ring at this time now is class number 5 of your prospect steers. We will have entries Jace Hines with a weight of 783. Brock Welp with a weight of 788. Crocs Raymond with a weight of 792. Addie Hoaxkin with a weight of 796. Braxton Wooten with a weight of 798. Phoebe Richmond, weight 799. Tyler Thomas, weight 800. Vienna Sells Olive Ranches, weight 804. Ryden Post, weight 804. Reed Ragsdale with a weight of 804. Trotter Thomas with a weight of 805. Gracelyn May McClure with a weight of 806. And another entry from Gracelyn McClure with a weight of 806. Those are your entries that will make up class number 5 of your prospect steers. Now we'll hear from Melissa Smith over on our Highland show for our judges' reasonings. Your results for Class 104A of Highland heifers: 7th place, 4071 from Leo White Farms of Charlotte, Michigan. 6th place, 4072 from Oak Grove Farm of Elmira, New York. 5th place, 4078 from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. 4th place, 4070 from Lone Pine Livestock of Pigska, Iowa. 3rd place, 4074 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan. 2nd place, 4076 from Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. And your Class 104A winner is entry 4073 from Schulte Farms of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Now moving in the ring is Class 104B of Highland heifers. These calves were born March 1st through March 15th of 2024. We have in this class entries 4079 from Back to the Roots from Watkins, Minnesota. 4080 comes from Star Lake Cattle Company of George Mills, New Hampshire. 4081 comes from Bauer Farms of Buckrus, Kansas. 4082 comes from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. 4083 from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. 4085 from Winland Flats of Princeton, Minnesota. 4086 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. And entry 4087 comes from Husker Show Cattle of York, Nebraska. Those are your entries that make up Class 104B of your Highland heifer calves.
All right. Well, over here in the Prospect Steer side, we're probably running about 50% of the show so far, being 100% halter broke. It's been a little bit of a struggle bus at times, but, we probably haven't had maybe as much time to work with these calves yet as probably a lot of them wanted to. Probably many of them got breeding cattle or fat steers, and so I know it's a little bit on the back burner. But in time, they will get more programmed, and they will give you all better looks, and y'all will be less frustrated. And that's why we come to the show, to try to help that progress the right direction. Hey, these first two I think are exceptional. I think they are exceptional in different lights, and so you've got to just figure out exactly where you want to land in a prospect show. The black calf that I'm going to land on, I'll tell you what I see. He is more prospect in his look today, in terms of one that is a little bit, I don't know if he's any leaner, but his lines look just a little bit trimmer. Mainly he's just more stretched out. He's a longer bodied steer. He's longer from hooks to pins. I'm very big on that. He's got a big reach. He's got the most athletic reach at the ground, and I think it's all a byproduct of his length of hip up high. And I think his chest floor is just lifted a little bit higher into his body cavity. He's got such an electric look from blade forward. When you roll to the back end of these cattle and study their cabooses, I see more natural width from hooks to pins in the black steer. I think there's more natural base width in that calf. He's a little bit ornery and not broke yet, and so the read on the connection in behind his shoulder or from forerib to center blade is not 100, but assuming that's good, that's certainly the calf that's got the stretch, the rear leg, and the rear end that I would put my money on in the long run. Now, the calf you got in second, young lady, is absolutely incredible. He looks a little bit more like a fat steer already today, and I don't mean that in a negative sense. I'm just saying he's so dense and soggy in his belly. He is so woolly in terms of his hair coat. He's got the big legs. He's a little more moderate. He's a little bit shorter-sided and a little shorter hip. He's still got a really nice neck, and you do a great job highlighting that in terms of your showmanship. Even though I said the other one's neater chested, I don't want you to get the impression that I thought this calf was bad chested. His chest lays into his midrib in terms of that lower line. Excellent. As I move in behind him and just study natural, genuine width, I personally think the black calf's probably a step ahead of you today. I didn't get my hands on this creature. Frankly, he wasn't too fond of the judge in terms of his attitude, and so I don't know the differences, but I can tell you there is a big groove running down my class winner's back. That's a pair of nice ones. Both of y'all should be proud. The gray Baldy we got next, man, is he a freak when you run in behind him and study his hip. His topside spread is incredible. This is a late maturing calf that's going to be a big, stout, husky heavyweight someday. He's a little unorthodox in terms of just being 100 on his hind leg, and I don't mean that necessarily from a soundness standpoint. I probably mean it more from an aesthetic or attractiveness perspective. When he gets a little off below, his tail head wants to creep up, and it maybe throws his alignment of balance and lines maybe just a shade off. The gold calf coming next, just as ornery as the rest of them. He's a good, moderate, deep-sided, neat-shouldered, up-fronted, proud, arrogant one. I didn't read him to be as base-wide when you got him behind him relative to being a little quicker pattern from the side. The young lady's red and white paint, kind of short-horn mark calf coming next. She did a tip-top job. This calf here was as stubborn as any of them. But when we get him set up from the profile, this guy's up-fronted and high caliber, tremendous in his lines. He's got a good flat hip to him. I didn't see as much through the lower part of his britches as those cattle that are in front of him. I think he funnels a little bit right there today. I think he's got enough spread up high. He's got a big reach, but maybe could just be a little bit bendier in terms of out of his blade or front end. He's got a big reach, though. It's kind of weird. That's a high-caliber calf. The silver calf coming next, kind of short and boxy. Not a bad calf. I didn't know if his structure was maybe quite on pace with the level that we had in front of him, but that's a nice calf. It's a little shorter out of his hip. The smoke maybe coming next is perhaps just a little bit more agile in terms of his general level of mobility. He's deep-sided. That's a good, sound, practical calf that's safe to feed. There's going to have to be more muscularity in that calf to motor up this lineup as strong as it was today. The black calf coming next, just a little bit curled up on his back ankle, a little tinier in terms of his foot size, maybe not quite the belly as some, but we got a good flat back, a really nice, neat neck set to that one. There's some cool parts and pieces. The stock and legged calf, man, I liked him standing still. Young man, when he gets in motion, he kind of throws his loin up high and breaks in behind his shoulder and just kind of comes apart a little bit. Young man in the cowboy hat coming next did a fine job. His calf's got a big step. They're just a little bit more curvature and bend to that boomerang hind leg with a little bit less foot size. Black calf coming next, a little sharper at the edge of his hock. Young lady, you got a good steer, though. He's practical, just a little bolder in the feature to his shoulder. Black calf the closest, just need to amp him up just a little bit, but a nice calf I think will feed well for you. Congratulations to a really nice set of steers there in that particular go.
The results for class number 5 of Prospect Steers. 10th place, Graceland McClure. 9th place, Jace Hines. 8th place, Addie Hokeson. 7th place, Trotter Thomas. 6th place, Brock Welp. 5th place, Graceland McClure. 4th place, Reed Ragsdale. 3rd place, Tyler Thomas. 2nd place, Vienna Sells. And your class winner was Croy Ryman. And the ring at this time for your Prospect Steer Show is now going to be class number 6. Class number 6 is our last class of our second division. Class number 6 include entries from Brock Welp with a weight of 810. Danny Sainty with a weight of 810. Sage Carnahan with a weight of 810. Keith Page, weight 815. Adeline Mears with a weight 816. Landry Welp with a weight 818. Morgan Britton, weight 820. Elizabeth Quick, weight 821. Camden McKay, weight 821. And rounding out our class is Marianne Fassett with a weight of 821. Those are your entries that will make up your last class of Division II for your Prospect Steers born January 1st of 2024 or after. Some results to go over quickly within your Highland Show Class 104B of your Highland heifers. 8th place was 4079 from Back to the Roots from Watkins, Minnesota. 7th place was 4081 from Bauer Farms of Buckrest, Kansas. 6th place, 4085 from Woodland Flats of Princeton, Minnesota. 5th place was 4087 from Husker Show Cattle of York, Nebraska. 4th place was 4082 from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Minnesota. 3rd place was T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls. 2nd place was 4086 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. And your class winner for Class 104B was 4080 from Star Lake Cattle Company of George Mills, New Hampshire. In the ring at this time for your Highland Show is Class 105 of heifer calves. These calves were born January 1st through February 29th of 2024. We'll have entries in this class 4088 from 4-Star Highlands, 4089 from Highland Connection, 4090 from 4-Star Highlands, 4091 from Carey and Cattle Company, 4092 from Schulte Farms, 4093 from Schulte Farms, 4095 from Jenner Bargain Acres, 4096 from Mountain View Farmstead, 4097 from Back to the Roots, and 4098 from Mid Lakes Highlands. These are your last class Highlands. We will have our class winners come back and return for our judge to select your Division II junior heifer calves right after the conclusion of our top exhibitors being selected by Melissa Smith. Your results for Class 105 of your Highland heifers. 8th place, 40.95 from Chenabargan Acres. 7th place, 40.96 from Mountain View Farmstead. 6th place, 40.97 from Back to the Roots. 5th place, 40.91 from Carey and Cattle Company. 4th place, 40.92 from Schulte Farms. 3rd place, 40.90 from 4-Star Highlands. 2nd place, 40.98 from Mid-Lakes Highlands. And your class winner, 40.88 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. In the ring at this time for your Highland show is going to be our class winners for our judge to select your Division II Junior Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve Champion.
All right. Hey, good group of cattle. I thought there was a lot of nice kids and nice calves all the way down the lineup. I thought there was one that sure stood out. This is a really nice complete class winner here, this solid black colored calf. You start him at the surface, and we've got a big ankle. We've got a big column of bone. We've got a calf that just proportions out with a nice middle-of-the-road type frame score, and the balance of him in terms of parts and components, I think all just kind of blend together in the right manner. Really like his center body, the way the edge of his shoulder lays onto him, and you get him behind him, and we've got a muscular shape running down both sides of his spine. You know, he's going to make a nice fat steer for sure. We'll have to look at him harder and dig in a little bit more when we get to the division. The stocking-legged calf coming next. This calf's a little taller at the top of his blade, dead level from there back to his hook bone. He's got some growth to him. There's some extension to his neck. I think there's some muscularity in that calf. Right now, we don't have near the belly down to the base of his sheath and back into his flank as that creature that we had to win this group, but that's still a nice show steer. The young lady that comes next, Brooklyn right here, told Brooklyn she did a fine job. This whole calf she's got a decent pattern there from the side in terms of strength at top, smoothness of shoulder. He's going to have to come down a little more in his rib, but he's still got a relatively soft look. That calf wants to toe out a little bit up front and get a little narrow base there in behind. I liked his angles, per se, in terms of reach better than the calf we had coming next. Calf we got coming next, young man here in the black hat, he's got one that's a little bit just more crisp and defined in terms of his shape as you move in behind him than the calf of Brooklyn's right there. For me, tippy toes a little bit in terms of just how he handles his rear too. Just wants to kind of waddle a little bit out of his rump and then down into his hock and hind leg design and kind of throw him like a Tennessee walking horse up front. The calf that we got next, he's a wild neck sucker. I guess, you know, as he came in, I didn't get the best look at him in terms of just him first impression, but he looked a little bit harder bodied. Young lady is mainly where I'd change that one. You soften him up, and then he's going to move up a few spots, but he just hit me a little hard in his rib cage, hit me a little bit off in terms of his structure from behind. But he is muscular. He's got a high-end look. If he can soften up in his rib cage, then that calf there will certainly make a high-end, kind of muscular, product-oriented market steer in the end. The blonde calf coming next, just a little bit steeper in terms of his hock and his blade and knee design. I do like his look in terms of from blade back. He wants to get a little jammed into that shoulder just because it's a little bit steeper. I think he's a nice proportional calf, though, from shoulder back. You got a fine calf and did a nice job out here. Landry's coming next. Her calf just a little out of sorts here, not enjoying the show ring as much as others. He's a little bit skinny in terms of his belly line. We just need more feed, more groceries, more calendar for that one to catch up. This young lady has shown a couple of them now, and she's done a fine job. Come to the ring very professionally dressed. Got a calf's a little high in his tail head and maybe just a little flatter. All these young ladies had a beautiful smile and did a great job. Sage, I liked your gold calf strength of spine. I really liked the job you did showing. You worked hard out here. Just like to expand him a little bit. I hope he'll feed good for you. Congratulations to Sage and all of her classmates there in that particular go.
Your champion Division II junior heifer for your Highland show comes out of Class 105. That is entry 4088 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. They receive a banner sponsored by Viking Fold. We will now have our judge select your reserve champion. They will be receiving a banner sponsored by Trinity Farms Limited. Your Division II Junior Heifer Calf Reserve Champion comes from Class 104B. That is entry 4080 from Star Lake Cattle Company of George Mills, New Hampshire. Some results to quickly go through for your prospect steers of class number 6. 10th place was Sage Carnahan. 9th place, Adeline Mears. 8th place, Morgan Britton. 7th, Landry Welp. 6th, Danny Santee. 5th place was Marianne Fassett. 4th place, Brock Welp. 3rd place, Elizabeth Quick. 2nd place, Keith Page. And your first place winner was Camden McKay. In the ring at this time for your Prospect Steer Show is going to be our class winners from Division II. Those include classes 4, 5, and 6. Our judge, Dr. Ryan Rathman, will select your top 5 individuals for Division II. Now making their way into your Highland Show ring is Class 106 of heifers. These heifers were born September 1st through December 31st of 2023. Within Class 106, we have entries 4099 from More Tranquility Ranch of Enos, Texas. 4100 comes from Willow Prairie Farms of Fremont, Indiana. 4101 comes from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. 4102 from Larson Head Acres and Heather Valley Cattle Company of Burlington, Wisconsin. 4103 comes from Imperial Hills Livestock of Kiowa, Colorado. 4105 comes from Storybrook Farms of Winchesterton, Tennessee. And rounding out our Class 106 is entry 4107 from Keller Ranch of Crestline, Ohio. This is the only class in its division, so therefore first and second place within Class 106 will become your Division III champion and reserve champion. Your champion will receive a banner sponsored by Highland Acres. The reserve champion receives a banner sponsored by Summit Ranch.
Well, here in our second division lineup, let's put our hands together, congratulate these kids and cattle out here. We got some high-end stock. It was a little roto-esque in parts of this division. but we got to the finish line, and we didn't get any kids bucked off too hard in terms of their calves being a little ranchy out here. But good stock show in terms of caliber of cattle. I do want to break down these three, and I will start hustling and speeding up here just a little bit. But this class went out of the first group. He is short back, dense, and stout featured. Gets a little short and low in his pin bone relative to the height of his hook bone. Maybe at times wants to maybe just be a little sluggish in terms of the general motion of the way he operates out of his hip and hock. That's being very picky of a calf that I've got a high regard for. We move into that second class, and there was some heaters in that particular go. This calf right here, man, do I wish he was 100% halter broke, because it kind of makes him get a little piecey at times in terms of the fit and shape of his forerib and its connection into his scapula. But man alive, are his parts and pieces progressive. If y'all take a moment to study what this creature possesses, this guy has got a freaky long neck to be a calf that, as I project in the long run, relatively middle of the road in terms of his hip height. His center body is a mile long. His hooks to pins a mile long. I like cattle that are that frame score and that stretched out. That is a combination, if y'all follow me at any of these fat shows, that I do desire. He's got a big monster reach. He's got the biggest reach of any of the livestock out here. When we get him in motion, guys, and it's all because of the length of his hip. That's why I'm so high on that particular trait. We move in behind this calf, and although he's just a little racier today in terms of his belly, we got nothing but smoke from behind. This guy is an absolute wide creature from pin bone to pit bone. Please don't circle him. We're just circling too much. Please just hold him there. The calf we got out of the third class here, this calf is very proportional. We got some monster big legs going to the ground, big pipe, big ankles, big feet, and I do like that. His center body's a little safer than this creature right in front of him. I like the fit of his forerib relative to the connection of his blade. He's got a good stout mug on him when you move to the front of the livestock. Down his top, he's adequate. When you move in behind him, there's a nice shape. He's a little shorter pinned. I don't think there's quite as much just natural width right to the center of his stifle per se as definitely the calf out of class 2, and maybe right there with the calf out of class number 1. We get him in motion. I'm plenty good with his structure. He rolls a little on his outside toe. He's not perfect there, but very good. Don't take me for hating on him. His hip loin maybe separates just a little bit in motion. Mainly, I would stretch that calf's hip. So you can go with safer body and a little bigger feet, or you can go with wild pieces. You pick them the way you like them. This is a prospect show. They don't have to be fat steer-bellied for me yet. As I project them out and think about which one I think is going to be the coolest creature in the long run, I like the calf out of class number 2, even though he didn't show the best. Let's give him a nice round of applause, and we'll pull this creature out and pull this one over here and take a look at what we're going to do next. Nice job. Don't circle so much. Get him broke. The gold calf coming in here. We got the big fat steer hair and belly in this creature. This stock is very dense. I think even on the wash rack, I don't think he's going to melt down too much. He's got an awfully cool neck set to have that kind of body cavity in him. You know, he's a little bit more compact in terms of flank to flank or hooks to pins. But man alive, is that guy right there stout on all 4 corners with a nice show steer look right here. You move in behind these two as well. This guy here will impress, and I know he's got the big shag, but there is monster mass in his hip and stifle. I like those two a great deal. I was back and forth on them. It's a close contest between 3 of them. We're going to keep these 2 together. Young lady, that one there is going to be my reserve. There's a nice third over there, but young lady right here will be my 3rd overall. All 3 of these can win big things in the long run. Please don't get frustrated if you're not champion today, because my money's on all 3 of them. Thought they were very good. We're going to move back down here and use the young man's black calf out of the first class for our 4th slot. Congratulations, bud. We get down here to 5. We got the Highland hair coat coming in with a nice look. We got a really big-ended, cool-looking baldy and another cool-looking baldy. I like your gray baldy to fit in here in 5. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Congratulate these kids in the 2nd division. Nice contest.
Your top 5 for Division II in your prospect steers: 5th place, Tyler Thomas; 4th place, Caleb Ramsey; 3rd place, Camden McKay. Your reserve for the Division II is Vienna Sells Jamie. And your champion for the Division II is Croy Ryman. Congratulations to our top 5 exhibitors. We'll move right along into class number 7 of our prospect steers. Class number 7 will include entries with a weight range of 824 to 841. We'll have Cree Frigito of 824, Peyton Landers 825, Riley Witt 827, Owen Wericus of 828, Camden Hess of 829, Weston Elwood with a weight of 832, Trista Libsack 833, Ty Weathers 835, Ruby Brown 840, and rounding out our class will be Kenley Anstey with a weight of 841. Those are your entries that will make up class number 7 of your prospect steers. Your results for Class 106 of your Highland heifers. 7th place, 40.99 from More Tranquility Ranch of Enos, Texas. 6th place, 41.03 from Imperial Hills Livestock of Kiowa, Colorado. 5th place, 41.05 from Storybrook Farm of Winchester, Tennessee. 4th place, 41.02 comes from Larson's Head Acres and Heather Valley Cattle of Burlington, Wisconsin. 3rd place, 41.07 from Keller Ranch of Crestline, Ohio. 2nd place in your Reserve Champion Division III Senior Heifer Calf, receiving a banner sponsored by Summit Ranch, was entry 41.01 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. And your Class 106 winner and champion Division III Senior Heifer Calf, receiving a banner sponsored by Highland Acres, is entry 4100 from Willow Prairie Farms of Fremont, Indiana. Now making their way into the ring for your Highland show is Class 107 of Highland heifers, born of July 1st through August 31st of 2023. We will have entries 4108 from Ritz Land and Cattle of Danbrog, Nebraska. 4109 from Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. 4110 from Bauer Farms of Bucyrus, Kansas. 4111 comes from Spring Flight Farm, LLC of Elmira, New York. 4112 from Moody Heifers Cattle Company of Cookeville, Tennessee. 4113 from Grimes Hoosiers Highlands Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. 4115 comes from Runamuck Ranches of Yakima, Washington. And rounding out our classes, entry 4116 from J.L. Highlands of Hobbs, New Mexico. Those are your entries that will make up Class 107 of Highland heifers.
Well, we got some real variance in terms of growth curves here. The big gold steer, a lot later maturing type calf in terms of reading his height of shoulder, his general stretch and extension. Aside from his front feet in the direction that they point, he's definitely my favorite steer. I would no doubt like to change him right there. But, man, he's lifted in terms of his sternum, but yet it has a reasonably good body cavity to progress into a nice high cutability fat steer. Gorgeous out to his front end. He's second to none there. He's got the length of hip and the width to his pin bones that I think I've stayed the course on and asked the cattle that we've got at the front end of the lineups to have. That calf's got a nice presentation to his hind leg as well. Young lady, you've got the shorter back, chubbier bellied, boxier type calf. He's a little plainer in terms of the floor of his chest. A lot of that's probably just skin, but in the long run, I think you're going to have to keep him at more of a middleweight to lightweight in terms of maximizing his competitiveness relative to where his ideal composition is. That calf right there, I think he can get out and motor just fine. He, too, maybe isn't perfectly accurate in terms of how he sets his front feet. Gets a little flatter in terms of his foot when he pushes off of it at times, but he is a boxy kind of a calf. Raises his tail head and maybe pinches loin just a fraction. The black calf we got, you like them beautiful, just like my class winner. That calf there is probably a better match for that calf. I found a little less just natural belly right to the base of his rib and down to his sheath and back into his flank. We get him in motion. I'm probably not quite as high in terms of just the calculation of his step. He's got a big reach, but he kind of glides a little bit to the middle of the path on a little bit shallower heel as he sets him down. The black calf coming next, another one that just needs more belly. That calf there, strong-backed, flat and long in terms of his spine, and got some muscularity up high. We got to open that creature up down low to make him huskier to move up. The white calf coming next, that's holding back here. He is a little shorter backed and huskier middled. That calf for me, he's probably the quickest pattern calf in the class. A little bit shorter cannon, maybe not perfect structurally out of both ends is why I've got him landing where I did. The black calf coming next, a little bit thicker in terms of his hide up front, but not a bad calf. That calf I know is a little plain, but he's got some muscle up high. The calf's got some middle to him. I think it's going to be practical, just not going to be the fanciest show calf in the world. The young lady, your orange calf right here, real safe feeding calf. You know, he's got the belly. I think his structure's made to last for the duration of the feeding period. That calf there just going to, you have to watch, young lady, you don't get him too fat, because he's a little bit long-bladed relative to the length of his cannon bone. He's going to end up being just a little plain if you're not careful. So you might consider down the road just growth implant or beta agonist on him, I think, to make sure his composition holds where you want it. The black calf coming next, a little light in the britches, but a nice strong top, deep-sided steer. This calf right here, fuzzy, got a little sheath to him. Maybe not the best-legged animal in the world. Ruby, you did a great job down there. Your calf's a little bit pencil-legged, but you did a nice job with him. He's just a little bit commercially looking here in this particular show calf class, but I think he's a good, still kind of a calf in terms of being deep-middled and long-reaching, probably one of the more accurate stepping steers in the group, if you want to be honest about it. Let's give Ruby and her classmates a nice round of applause. They did a good job.
Your results for Class 7 of Prospect Steers: 10th place, Ruby Brown; 9th place, Owen Werakis; 8th place, Weston Elwood; 7th place, Cree Frigido; 6th place, Peyton Landers; 5th place, Camden Hess; 4th place, Kinley Anstey; 3rd place, Ty Weathers; 2nd place, Tristan Lebsack; and your class winner was Riley Witt. Making their way through the ring is class number 8 of Prospect Steers. We will have entries: Danny Sainty with a weight of 845, Grady Moss 847, Kyle Taylor 848, Chloe Wardell 849, Summer Wangaro 850, Camden Hess 851, Kelton Arthur 853, Tristan Hastings 854, Riley Harmon 855, Tristan Libsack 855, Taylor Kennedy 855, and rounding out our class is Peyton Luark with a weight of 856. Those are your 12 entries that make up class number 8 of your Prospect Steers. Your results for Class 107 of your Highland heifers: 8th place, 41-15, comes from Run Amok Ranches of Yakima, Washington. 7th place, 41-10, from Bauer Farms of Bucyrus, Kansas. 6th place, 41-11, from Spring Flight Farm LLC of Elmira, New York. 5th place, 41-13, from Grimes Hoosier Highland Farms of Waynetown, Indiana. 4th place, 41-08, from Ritz Land and Cattle of Danburg, Nebraska. 3rd place, 41-09, from Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. 2nd place, 41-12, from Moody Heifers Cattle Company of Cookeville, Tennessee. And your class winner was 41-16 from J.L. Highlands of Hobbs, New Mexico. In the ring at this time for your Highland show is now Class 108A. These are Highland heifers born of May 25th through June 30th of 2023. Class 108A has entries 41-18 from Willow Prairie Farms of Fremont, Indiana. 41-19 from Climbing Stump Farm of Harris, Minnesota. 41-20 comes from Highland Connection of Rehide, South Dakota. 41-21 from Ambil Acres of Minnesota City, Minnesota. 41-22 comes from Grimes Hoosier Highlands Farms of Waynetown, Indiana. And rounding out our class is entry 41-24 from Hollowcroft Cattle Company of Whiteford, Maryland. Those are your entries that will make up Class 108A of your Highland heifers. Also to our Highland exhibitors, they have the Highland Cattle Society, and you will have the 2025 Scottish World Congress and Gathering. You'll be returning to the Highlands October 6th through the 13th of 2025. You can visit some of the most famous foals in the world and attend the 128th Annual Autumn Show and the sale with a gala dinner. Details will follow, but in the meantime, please register for your interest in attending and contacting inquiries at fieldfarmtours.co.uk. For more information, you can go to highlandcattlesociety.com.
Well, a really nice class. I thought of a really nice pair of them here that have a few differences, but in the end, I guess my label for both of these, if I had them on feed, would be, man, I like the safety of both of these calves. They are nice-footed cattle. They are soft in their joint work and reliable in their angles, and they're nice-centered cattle. that even you take them to the stock show and they don't want to eat or drink, you're probably still going to be all right in terms of the middle of their body cavity. Neither one of them the biggest cattle in the world. I do still think the black calf, probably the height of his shoulder, the leanness of the base of his chest, the edge of his blade, the way all this flows together, a little sharper, a little more total composition, a little more total look and presence because of it, just a little sharper outline type of a calf. Where do I run into maybe a few things I could upgrade in a very safe steer? I don't know that his jawbone's the biggest and stoutest, and I don't know that he's just the biggest in terms of just his claw or just his natural width. But it's plenty progressive enough. I think he fits together probably the most fault-free here. Young lady, your white steer intrigues me because I think any of us that are stockmen love a fantastic hind leg. And this guy's about 100 in terms of his rear leg. His foot size and his width of toe, or spread between them, I should say, as good as any. He just Cadillacs when we get him out in motion. He's soft-centered. He's a little bit plainer to the base of his stifle. He's a little bit plainer in terms of the sink to his chest. Maybe just runs downhill just a bit. Those are very minor things, very subtle differences in terms of how they park, how they set, making them hold still, getting them on point. That's going to make a difference on that particular calf because all the basic components are there to make that one win. The calf that we've got here in 3, this calf, gorgeous from the side. He takes his neck up and out where you want it. He draws back with good length of spine. The posture to his hind leg is on the money. There's just not enough calf when I get him behind this short switch steer. I need to amp him up just a little bit in terms of his degree of muscularity to run with the duo that we had out front today. This gray calf, when he was walking around, young lady, I thought to myself, there's a nice calf in terms of being complete in his kind. There's no big parts in that one that are wild by any means, but that's just a nice calf. That's square-rumped. He's moderate size. He's up-fronted. I know he rolls a little on his ankle, but in totality, I don't mind his structure. The black calf coming next, I do fault him a little bit more structurally. He's a little bit off at the mark up front, but a nice outline calf when we finally get him set. He has a little greater difficulty rising his neck out of that blade because it's not quite as good as the rest. The calf we got coming around next, big-ended calf that's stout-featured, got a big arm in him, a nice stout skull and mug to him. I don't know what he's doing on his back left, but it ain't right. The calf that we got coming next, that calf's just a little bit stilty off of his rear too, but a nice calf. Young lady in the black shirt over there with old Rooster, she's got a nice calf that's strong and level in his top. Got a gorgeous head, maybe an Angus right there. This calf is just a little bit off in terms of maybe his hip and hind leg structure not being quite as aesthetically pleasing. He shuttles and shifts it from back and forth. Just need to set him to the ground a little bit more convicted. This calf right here, good steer the young lady's got. He's got a nice aggressive shape to the center of his spine right there and a good head. Need to bring a little more belly, a little squarer hind leg to the table to run up higher for this judge. The smokes that we have next, a good set of cattle, just need to bounce a little truer, come to the ground a little better, or just be a little bit wider altogether, but a nice hind leg. Congratulations to y'all. Best of luck up and down that lineup in the future.
Your results for Class 108A of Highland heifers. 6th place, 4122 from Grimes Hoosier Highland Farms. 5th place, 4121 from Ambil Acres of Minnesota City, Minnesota. 4th place, 4119 from Climbing Stump Farms of Harris, Minnesota. 3rd place, 4118 from Willow Prairie Farms of Fremont, Indiana. 2nd place, 4120 from Highland Connection of Rehide, South Dakota. And your class winner was 4124 from Hollowcroft Cattle Company of Whiteford, Maryland. In the ring at this time for your Highland show is now Class 108B of Highland heifers. They were born of May 1st through May 24th of 2023. We will have in this class entries 4125 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. 4126 from Trafalgar Square Farm of Pomfret, Vermont. 4127 comes from Ritz Land and Cattle of Danburg, Nebraska. 4128 from Windmere Farms of Junction City, Wisconsin. 4129 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan. 4130 from Cross Cattle Company of Kinderdale, Pennsylvania. And rounding out our class is entry 4132 from Taunton Farms of Shelby, Idaho. This is our last class of our Division 4 of Intermediate Yearling Heifers. In the ring at this time for your Prospect Steer Show is going to be class number 9. Class number 9 concludes entries of Ben Mathis with a weight of 859, Genevieve Williams with a weight of 859, Maddie Eben with a weight of 860, Grace Kennedy 863, Oakley Bivens 865, Ellie Klein 866. Another entry from Genevieve Williams with a weight of 867. Reese Elwood with a weight 868. Tyla Thomas 868. Shay Stone with a weight of 869. Abby Talak with a weight of 869. And rounding out our class is Brock Fassett with a weight of 870. Those are your entries that will make up our last class, which is class 9 of our Division 3. As our judges continue to evaluate the livestock in the rings, we'll give you a highlight of some of National Western Stock Show sponsors for this year. The proud presenting partner of National Western is Common Spirit Health. They are also the official first aid provider of the National Western. Common Spirit is committed to unleashing the healing power of humanity through human kindness. You can learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org. The Colorado Farm Show is one of the largest and oldest farm shows in the nation, and the tradition continues January 28th, 29th, and 30th at the Island Grove Regional Park in Greeley, Colorado. You can see the latest agricultural equipment, visit over 300 exhibitors, attend free seminars with more than 60 engaging speakers, and network to create long-lasting connections. For more information, go to coloradofarmshow.com. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best that you can be. You can stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by the industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products at the National Western. And the theme for the National Western this year is this is the last year in Stadium Arena. After this year, we will move to the new Legacy Building. The Legacy Building is being completed by Saunders Construction. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in the Centennial State. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. You can visit www.saundersinc.com for more information, and you can find links to the career opportunities. And John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. We have a John Deere tractor that comes in here and grooms our Stadium Arena show. We appreciate that team doing that. And for all your agricultural, turf, and equipment needs, please visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now and always in the future. Remember, nothing runs like a Deere. Your results for Class 108B of your Highland heifers. 7th place, 41-27 from Ritzland and Cattle of Danburg, Nebraska. 6th place, 41-29 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan. 5th place, 41-28 from Windmere Farm of Junction City, Wisconsin. 4th place, 41-30 from Cross Cattle Company of Kinderdale, Pennsylvania. 3rd place, 41-32 from Taunton Farms of Shelley, Idaho. 2nd place, 41-26 from Trafalgar Square Farm of Pomfret, Vermont. And your class winner is entry 41-25 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. At this time within our Highland Show, we will now have our class winners return for our Division IV Intermediate Yearling Heifer Champion and Reserve Champion selections. Your champion will receive a banner sponsored by We Tired Acres, and the reserve champion receives a banner sponsored by Dundonald Farm.
Man alive, what a fun group of calves to look at here. Would be tickled to death to be able to afford any of these here on the top end of this class. Great set of kids all the way down through. Can y'all put your hands together, congratulate the kids in stock that we've got out here. Somebody's in general conversation this week, we were talking and just said, hey, well, we got beat, but man, it was fun to be in the mix, wasn't it? Wasn't it just fun to have a calf that is high caliber and people admire, and you get the opportunity to get out there and mix it up. At the end of the day, somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. That's part of it, but good times as we just go through it. Tell you what I see. This calf that I've elected to start with, I probably like him just in terms of his total completeness, just hard to knock. His feet and leg structure is impeccable. He's a calf that I really like his center bodies. You start focusing on him versus the little bit taller, a little more stretched out, almost a little bit wider made calf from behind. And second, I thought this calf probably just a little more modest in his frame score, a little softer in terms of just his lower body, the fit of his heart relative to the edge of his blade. You work up into his forerib, everything just flows so seamlessly there. And so I just like his practicality. I like his blend, his balance, his smoothness, I guess, to win the group. If I have any reservation about this calf whatsoever, he could be a little bigger through the base of his stifle when you move in behind him. But I think in motion, that's the one that stays the most collected and is the safest feeding. The one we got here in 2, young lady, I don't know what this creature is, but this guy is on the edge of the universe. This guy is long neck, tall fronted, bendy in his angles to have that type of height, and super wide from behind. He's so wide that he looks a little high in his twist. Maybe part of that's the length of his tail. We get him in motion. His tail head's wanting to rock up. He's maybe not quite, like I said, just as soft to his lower body. Maybe rolls just a bit in terms of his rear foot pattern. But, man, is that an interesting calf. I'd love to see him as a fat steer. If he can, kind of come into that chubby type look through his lower body, man, you are going to have the pieces to win some big banners with that thing wherever you'd elect to take him. The calf we got here in 3, this guy's right there for me. I was back and forth on all 3 of them. I love how arrogant he is up front. I love the sculpt and shape to his back. I like the roundness to his rib cage. I guess at the end of the day, I love his ankle, and I love just the bend to his knee. He was a little low pin for me. I know he's wanting to pull back, and like it's making it worse, right? If he could just relax and then loin and then pull that hip up, man alive, that's a nice looking show calf right there. If we can just bring that together. Young man, you're going to have a lot of fun with that one. Again, just like the other 2, that guy right there is big time good. Calf we got in 3 here, a tall fronted, long-sided, square-rumped one. His tail head sits a little far to the northwest right there. This calf is up-fronted and long neck. I do like those pieces. He's a little short in his hip relative to how his tail head lays in there. Maybe not quite as dialed in terms of how square he goes to the ground. All right, now I got to be truthful. My favorite exhibitor of the day is coming in the next slot right here. Oakley, I never hardly looked at your calf because I couldn't take my eyes off of how cute you were. But when you start gazing at this calf, he is super sound, nice centered. There's not a lot of meat in him. He'll get there. but that little lady did a fine job. She was 5, but she showed like she was 15. Congratulations to Oakley. Nice calf right here that's up-fronted, a little low and short in his hip, a little high in his tail head. Want to true him up just a little bit in terms of the softness of his joint. The black calf coming next, young lady. I thought that calf there had a big forearm in him. He's just a little bit off in terms of just his front structure for me. Needed to be just a little bit softer naturally underneath the hair in terms of the shape of his rib cage. Good gray calf that got a little bit off structurally. A trio of nice black calves here, guys, that I think are 4 of them that I think are really nice. Just going to need more time on feed to maximize how good they can be. Congratulations on a tremendous class.
Your Division 4 Intermediate Yearling Heifer champion comes from Class 108A. That is entry 4124 from Hollowcroft Cattle Company of Whiteford, Maryland. Your reserve champion for Division 4 of Intermediate Yearling Heifers comes from Class 108B. That is entry 4125 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Your results coming in for class number 9 of your prospect steers. 12th place was Genevieve Williams. 11th place was another entry from Genevieve Williams. 10th place was Grace Kennedy. 9th place was Maddie Eben. 8th place, Ellie Klein. 7th place, Reese Elwood. 6th place, Ben Mathis. 5th place, Oakley Bivens. 4th place, Tyla Thomas. 3rd place, Brock Fassett. 2nd place, Shay Stone. And your class winner was Abby Talak. In the ring at this time now for your Prospect Steer Show is going to be our Division 3 champion drive. Our judge, Dr. Ryan Rathman, will select your top 5 individuals from their respective classes. Over within your Highland show, we now will bring in Class 109A of Highland heifers, born of April 4th through April 30th of 2023. We have entries 4133 from Climbing Stump Farm of Harris, Minnesota. 4134 from Brandon Farms of Deer Trail, Colorado. 4135 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. 4136 from Carey Inn Cattle Company of Coggan, Iowa. 4137 from Kasabi Farms of Prosperity, Pennsylvania. 4138 from Brandon Farms of Deer Trail, Colorado. 4069 from Beyond Hope Farm of Ellendale, Minnesota. 4139 from Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. 4140 from Spring Flight Farm LLC from Elmira, New York. And rounding out our classes, entry 4142 from Climbing Stump Farm of Harris, Minnesota. Those are your entries that make up Class 109A of your Highland heifers.
Man, I've had a lot of fun here in this third division. We've sure seen some good stock. The gold calf out of that first class, as wild in his neck and neat in his lines and pip as any calf that you want. This calf's just a little bit off the mark in terms of his front end structure. Not so much his blade slope, in my opinion. It maybe just gets a little bit knock-kneed and turns him out just a bit, but he moves plenty good off his rear leg. We moved in then to a pair of really good classes. We had a toss-up pair, in my opinion, there in that middle class. I went with the calf I thought was just a little bit trimmer and truer down to the base of his body and chest, shoulder, the way that things connected up and maybe expressed themselves in that calf with just a little more tidiness. Love that calf in motion. I like his general balance and consistency of lines. A very, very safe steer to feed. You know, he's longer neck when he gets parked. When he puts into motion, he maybe shortens a little bit from blade to ear and gets just a little lighter in his jawbone. If I had anywhere where I'd upgrade that calf, and again, from behind, not a powerhouse, but certainly well above average. The calf out of that last class, those three in that class, man, they hit me hard. This calf is a lot like the one in front of him in terms of feet and leg structure, probably nearly 100. Very, very safe, very reliable. A calf that just balances with such a tremendously good rib cage. And when you have that expansion, everything flows together in terms of blade to forerib, his lines, just a comfortable, balanced look in that particular animal. And he, too, is not as a giraffe up front, but, man, I think it fits his body, and I think he's got ample width, or length, I should say, from hooks to pins. And so I really like this guy in motion. I think he's a calf that's just really, really balanced in motion. I like this calf to win the division. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Congratulations to you.
Your top individual for Division 3 is Abby Tulloch. We'll now roll in our second place from the third class of our Division 3.
You know, it's such an interesting call, and as a judge, you get in here and say, man, we're fitting a pattern, and those two are so much alike that I was just describing. This one is a little bit wilder, if you will, and that was a call I had to personally make in that class. He's going to be a bigger frame, longer outline calf as a fat steer. You can read it in his head just in terms of length, but man, is he stout in terms of his mug to be a little later mature. His big reach and paws are awesome. This guy is the wildest one we had, I think, of these really good ones in terms of his pin width and his center stifle. That calf wants to he wants to hold his tail off of his buttocks back there, and so it interrupts maybe your impression of balance. And what I said about him was, man, we got to make sure he's chubby enough as a fat steer so that his midsection fits his length of body and his frame score. But I will tell you, just in my heart, if that happens, and I do think it probably will, that calf right there will be as good a calf as we've seen here. So I like this calf to be my reserve champion. Let's give this young lady here a nice round of applause.
Your reserve champion for Division 3 comes from class number 9. That is from Shea Stone. We will now move our third place entry from class 3, which is class 9, into our lineup for Dr. Ryan Rathman to select your top individuals.
What a good calf there. Like I said, rolls in his pin maybe just a shade, but that calf there is really, really cool in his look. I'm going to go back to my second plate, or to the second class right here. Congratulations to you for my third overall. We'll pull that white calf back over there.
Your third overall is Kelton Arthur.
We're going to go 4 with the white calf. That was a toss-up pair for me. 5 will be our third place, class 5. Let's give all these exhibitors one more time. Big round of applause. Those top 5 are awfully, awfully good. Time will sort them. That's just the way I like them today. Congratulations to y'all.
Your fourth overall comes from class number 8. That is Trista Lebsack. And your fifth overall comes also from class number 9. That'll be your third place entry from Brock Fassett. Up next into our Prospect Steer Show, we'll begin with Division number 4. Division 4 will include classes 10, 11, 12, and 13. So Division 4 will start off with class number 10. We'll have entries Ella Rogers, 872. Cooper McDaniel, 874. Adley Block, 877. Kelsey McVicker, 878. Jaden Frigito, 880. Vienna Sells Jamie, 884. Jace Hines, 884. Abby Lawson, 887. Taylor Spacito, 888. Denver McKay, 889. Shay Stone, 889. And rounding out our class is Lucas Mullins with a weight of 889. Those are your 12 entries that make up class number 10 of your prospect steers. Your results for Class 109A of Highland heifers. 9th place, 4140 from Spring Flight Farm LLC. 8th place, 4138 from Brandon Farms. 7th place, Seventh place, 4137 from Kasibi Farms. 6th place, 4133 from Climbing Stump Farm. 5th place, 4069 from Beyond Hope Farm. 4th place, 4136 from Carey Inn Cattle Company. 3rd place, 4139 from Michaela Massey. 2nd place, 4135 from Howling Springs Farm. And your class winner for your Highland Show for Class 109A was entry 4142 from Climbing Stump Farm. Within our Highland Show, we now have brought in Class 109B of heifers born of March 1st through April 3rd of 2023. We have entries 4144 from Windmere Farms of Junction City, Wisconsin. 4145 comes from 11M Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. 4146 from Rep Valley Highlands of Orleans, Nebraska. 4147 comes from Storybrook Farm and Joe and Shayna Toth of Troy, South Carolina. 4148 comes from Windmere Farms of Junction City, Wisconsin. 4149 comes from Storybrook Farm of Winchester, Tennessee. 4150 comes from Wakarusa Cattle Company of Eudora, Kansas. 4151 comes from Lazy V Bar Cattle Company of Gordon, Nebraska. 4152 comes from Addison Fitzsimmons of Canyon Creek, Montana. 5153 comes from Moody Heifers Cattle Company of Cookeville, Tennessee. 4154 comes from Big Dreams Ranch of Yakima, Washington. 4155 comes from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. And rounding out our class is 4156 from Keller Ranch of Crestline, Ohio. That is your entries that will make up Class 109B of Highland heifers.
Well, the quality of stock here certainly sustains itself relative to what we saw in terms of the fireworks in that last division. We got another really nice class all the way down, but particularly these top three. The young lady here that has my class winner today, she just showed the reserve in that last division, and I thought when they came in, I was, man, those are two peas in a pod, and she said, sure enough, those were full brothers. This calf has kind of got that same wicked outline from the side. He's got some grow to him, and I personally, y'all that know me, I probably like a little bigger fat steer at the end of the race, and I see that calf being, an upper 1,500-pound steer that is maxed out in terms of his look and composition. He is so darn good to the base of his sternum. He will have a high-end red meat yield type look. That's the calf to me that's the most genuine in this particular lineup. When we step in behind him and study these two really good calves in 1 and 2, to me, the biggest margin of difference lied through the base of their stifle and just their natural base width to the floor of their body. This guy right here is awfully, awfully good. He's got a big reach and range of motion. I love where his neck ties into his blade. I really like that calf. The calf that we got here in 2, when he first came in, I said, man, that guy there, rock solid in terms of his feet and legs. He's got the big paws on him, and he knows how to use them in terms of flex and bend. He wants to get a little thicker or in his throat line, but not bad. A little bit maybe shorter hip, just comparison to that stretchy steer that we start. Here's the situation. As much as I like his body and as much as I like his structure, if we're going to go down the ladder just a fraction and shorten some measurements up from the side, we're going to have that shorter-legged calf be wider. But in this particular instance, the bigger outline calf was wider, so that was the read that I had. I like them both. This calf's really practical, really safe, but that was the read I had. The white-tailed calf that I got in 3, he's a lot like this one in terms of being a little shorter back. He's stout in his skull, maybe a little stouter jawed than the calf we've got in 2. He's got the big legs, but he does have the big hair to help it. He gets just a little bit pinched in his hip loin, a little bit lower and thicker and shorter in terms of his neck design. We get him in motion, young lady, and I think he's awfully nice, but he's maybe just a little less collected in terms of pin set, length of hip, maybe edge of shoulder, just the way things go to the ground in terms of total flex and total bend. I felt like the 2 in front of you had you beat in that respect. But I do like that calf. I think he's chunky, he's stout, and he's going to make a good fat steer. Adley's done a marvelous job here. I know she's been a little frustrated with old Marshmallow here. This old calf, I told her, I said, if y'all looked at this calf from the side and you said, hey, what would you name that steer? Didn't y'all think Marshmallow was the proper name? I thought that when I looked at this calf and I went around there and talked to her, and sure enough, she said she had named him Marshmallow. But this calf here is soft and sound. And he's a good calf. He's got that big old TH bump that's a little ugly on his head and maybe just a little disconnected right in behind his blade. Mainly just need to stretch him out, maybe need to lean his composition up just a bit in the long run. We're going to have to sure kind of hold on that one to keep it in check. He's going to have to stay at a smaller class. The black calf coming around the corner right here, you talk about the upper 2/3 of his body being round and expressive and nice looking. Down at the ground, young lady, for me, this calf turns out a little bit on all 4 corners. I need to hit his track just a little bit square. It's got a great reach, but maybe the way that he lays his ankles to the ground, maybe not quite on track. The Baldy coming next, just a little high-spined at times. He certainly shuffles from side to side most of the time we were walking him. I think he's got some muscularity. He's obviously not got the hair coat of some, but I think he's a nice calf. This young man here is a fine gentleman. He does a great job on the stick. I think he got a high-quality calf, young man. He, too, got a little high spine for me, maybe just a little bit steeper in his blade design, but I like his quality really, really well. That calf was kind of a tough one for me. I scratched my head on for a minute in terms of figuring out where to place him in the lineup. He's a little quicker pattern and shorter-legged, but he's certainly stout and husky. Here's my cowboy right here. He held on, gave it everything he had to kind of keep that steer in check when he wanted to get away. And he got thrown, but I guarantee you this is the toughest young man in the ring. That's a nice calf, strong in his top. Pair of good black calves here at the end. These gals did a good job with. Congratulations to y'all.
Your results for Class 10, your first class of Division 4. 11th place, Jaden Forgetto. 10th place, Abby Lawson. 9th place, Cooper McDaniel. 8th place, Kelsey McVicker. 7th place, Lucas Mullins. Sixth place, Jace Hines. Fifth place, Ella Rogers. Fourth place, Adley Block. Third place, Vienna Sells Jamie. Second place, Denver McKay. And your class winner, Shay Stone. Now walking into the ring is Class 11. This is our second class of Division 4. We will have 10 entries in Class number 11. Our entries include Miranda Leatherman with a weight of 892. Charlie Ramsey with a weight of 893. Kyle Taylor with a weight of 893. Camden Brown with a weight of 898. Job Knight with a weight of 899. Abby Talok with a weight of 901. Danica Prinz with a weight of 903. Ellie Carvis with a weight of 904. Mary Friend with a weight of 905. And rounding out our class is Chloe Wardell with a weight of 906. Those are your entries that will make up Class 11 of your prospect steers. Your results for Class 109B of Highland heifers. 12th place, 4145 from 11M Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. 11th place, 4150 from Wakarusa Cattle Company of Eudora, Kansas. 10th place, 4151 comes from X Lazy V Bar Cattle Company of Gordon, Nebraska. 9th place, 4146 from Rep Valley Highlands of Orleans, Nebraska. 8th place, 4152 from Addison Fitzsimmons of Canyon Creek, Montana. 7th place, 4153 from Moody Heifers Cattle Company of Cookeville, Tennessee. 6th place, 4148 from Windmere Farm of Junction City, Wisconsin. 5th place, 4149 from Storybrook Farm of Winchester, Tennessee. 4th place, 4156 from Keller Ranch of Crestline, Ohio. 3rd place, 4144 from Windmere Farm of Junction City, Wisconsin. 2nd place, 4155 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. And your class winner was 4147 from Storybrook Farm and Joe and Shayna Toth of Troy, South Carolina. We will now bring into our ring class 110 of Highland heifers. These heifers were born January 1st through February 28th of 2023. We have in this class 4 entries: 4159 from Happy Highland Homestead of Nixa, Missouri. 4160 from Trinity Farms of Greeley, Colorado. 4162 from Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. And 4161 from Trinity Farms of Greeley, Colorado. This is your last class of your Highland heifers for division number 5 of junior yearling heifers.
Well, a really nice class. All day it seems like we've had incredible stock. We've had prospects that are in different stages of the being completely broke. To see them maybe as well as you'd like, that we've had to cope with from time to time. And, that's just the frustrations of a prospect show. But nonetheless, be proud of what you got. I know each of these calves, just talking to the kids, I like to kind of ask them sometimes, what's your end point? What are you thinking? So I can kind of gauge where you're at from a maturity pattern standpoint relative to the finish line as part of my decision making. But the longer I look at them, I just drawn to this Gold Baldy. This calf has got such an arrogant look through the front third of his skeleton. I guess that's primarily the difference for me. The natural ease in which he holds his neck high on a blade with more slope and bend to his knee, in my estimation, is where I land. And then you come back into his rib cage, it's round. I wouldn't say it's necessarily soggy, but man alive, is that sternum shoved up in him. That lower line is going to be clean, I think, for the duration of the feeding curve, and he's going to have that round cage. It's just going to maintain such exquisite balance, I think, as you feed that calf. That one there's got a unique look and outline about him. He gets out and strides awesome from the side as well. I think he's plenty athletic. Maybe bring his pin set up just a fraction, maybe increase the size of his outside claw just a bit. He maybe rolls on it just a fraction from the behind. That's a really high-end, proud, arrogant show steer that I was just drawn to. The stocking-legged Baldy, a little bigger in his hair coat, and so consequently maybe he comes across with a little bit more just width to his bone column and then more consistency perhaps even in terms of sogginess of rib cage. And I like the density of this calf. I critique the orange calf for being a little low pin. I don't know if that one's perfect either. This is a beautiful show steer. Again, I just probably prefer the natural angles and arrogance of the one up front. This calf, obviously, more than anything, we just need him to cooperate better so that he can probably max out his read of quality and structure and balance. But those are two big end steers. I thought there's a little more reach probably in the orange steer. We just studied their track at the ground as well. The black calf we got coming in 3. Young lady, this calf hit me really hard coming in. I'm telling you, I like these top 3 an awful lot. This creature has got a big caboose when you get him behind him. There's a monster back laid into him up high. This calf is kind of short-legged to be that thick and long-bodied. He's got a tremendously round cage. For where I beat him was his hind leg structure, just maybe a little less square, a little less attractive. He's got a little extra bend to it. Got a big old reach, but he's got a little extra curvature to it. The way he sits and settles on those rear feet, I'd like to square up just a bit, but I do love the components of that calf. He is an awfully interesting steer. This calf is soggy and sound. For me, young man, he's going to be a little bit more of a challenge to keep lean enough, just in terms of the look of his shoulder, chest, and rib cage. But man, do I like cattle like that. Just make sure you don't end up as a 1,500-pound steer because he'll be way too fat. He's got to be down there somewhere in the 13s. That's going to be a nice calf right there. The next calf got a little more hook to his leg, but, man, a nice outline. Look at that groove down his top. Look how up-fronted he is. This young lady can flat-out show. You do a really, really nice job. The calf we got next, kind of a flat-haired steer. Man, it's hard to get these flat-haired cattle to look bold enough in terms of their center body. And I get him behind that calf. I find more muscularity there than maybe what you would anticipate as you study from the side. He's going to be a bigger outline. He's long-bodied. He's smooth-made. Just need a little more pop to him, if you will. He's got some bone to him, just a little plainer around the corners, maybe a little flatter in terms of the texture of his stifle from the side. The Baldy coming next, got a little more sheath. Maybe just a little bit bolder in terms of the way his shoulder hooks onto his framework and his outer body wall. I'd like to see that calf relax just a little bit more in terms of his blade and knee, but I do like his width as I move him behind him, young man. We had several really nice calves here. Good-looking stocking-legged calf. Needs just a little more to him. Young man, your black calf's got as cool of a look from the side as any of them. I just need him to be a little truer right there at the surface. Young lady, your calf, just a little bit plain in terms of his bone and just his general stoutness. But truthfully, a calf that's very sound-fronted, very deep-sided, still good kind of livestock right here. Good job to everybody in that class. It was a really, really high-end group.
Your results for Class 11 of your Prospect Steer Show. 10th place, Miranda Leatherman. 9th place, Kyle Taylor. 8th place, Mary Friend. 7th place, Camden Brown. 6th place, Ellie Carvis. 5th place, Chloe Wardell. 4th place, Job Knight. 3rd place, Charlie Ramsey. Second place, Abby Talock. And your class winner, Danica Prinz. Up into our show ring for your prospect steers will be class number 12. We will have entries from Cashton Block, 908, Quentin Ross Harwood, 909, Payson Hess, 910, Owen Hockaday, 912, Vienna Sells Jamie with 914, Cutter Prinz, 914, Troy McWhirter, 915, Carson Caldwell, 916, Peyton Luark, 918. Those are your entries that will make up class number 12. In the ring for your Highland show is our class winners for our judge to select your Division 5 junior yearling heifers. We'll hear from Melissa Smith right now. Your Division 5 Junior Yearling Heifer champion receiving a banner sponsored by Glass Defrin Ranch comes from our second class entry, 4147 from Storybrook Farm, and Joe and Shayna Toth. We'll now move our second place from that class into consideration for Melissa Smith to evaluate and choose your reserve champion Division 5 Junior Yearling Heifer. Your Division 5 Reserve Champion Junior Yearling Heifer receiving a banner sponsored by Northwest Highland Cattle Association is entry 4155 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. Now making their way into the ring is Class 111A of our Highland heifers. Class 111A is heifers born of April 16th through December 31st of 2022. We will have entries 4164 from TC Highlands Farm of Pleasureville, Kentucky. 4167 from Clara Wallace of Vandalia, Missouri. 4168 from Husker Show Cattle of York, Nebraska. 4169 comes from Arrow Hill Cattle Company of Hayes, Kansas. 4170 from Four Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. 4171 comes from Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. 4172 from Wakarusa Cattle Company of Eudora, Kansas. And rounding out our Class 111A of our Division 6 of heifers is entry 4174 from Oak Grove Farm of Elmira, New York. Those are your entries that make up Class 111A of your Highland heifers.
Man, what a good set of cattle and kids over here in this group. Very, very high-end livestock that y'all got to be really, really proud of and fired up to feed this year. We got some chrome here on these first two, and that just helps them grab you as soon as they come in. They're both incredible. I'll just share what I see, obviously. This calf that starts, you talk about one cocky-fronted calf with a monster rear end and a hind leg that reaches. He stands there, I thought, maybe a little straight in the way that it was fit. But when he gets out in motors, this guy is absolutely athletic off of his rear two. Young man, I really applaud you for the tempo and speed at which you run the race when we get him in motion. That calf, from a judge's perspective, a calf that you can see can get out and grab a gear like he does, I think really, highlights that particular trait in that particular calf. And he is incredible in his rib cage, really nice balance. I really like that calf a great deal. Young lady's paint calf, man, do I like his color. It's just loud and proud. He is absolutely shaggy in terms of his hair coat. But underneath that big, long, shaggy hair coat, I think there's a real beast of a steer in terms of body cavity, in terms of back and butt and bone. I think that calf still is naturally as dense and substance-based as what he reads here from the outside, despite his hair coat. His back foot, you say he kind of heard it on a rock. I definitely understand and feel for you on that deal. As I read and hear what I say, but as I read the way that he sets his outside claw to the soil, that calf wants to kind of flick his toe up and kind of roll underneath in terms of his toe. I wish this claw was quite a bit better in terms of the way that it was designed. And then I think that calf could get out and push off of it with maybe more authority, more conviction. But, man, that's a great calf, young lady. I don't know where you're taking him. I didn't ask you. But you get those feet right, this rig is going to roll. That one's a good one. Congratulations to you. My man Owen's down here in 3. I met Owen on Tuesday in showmanship at the Fat Show, and he was doing a well of a job sticking his calf. He made the sell with his fat steer, stuck him second there in Class 10, and I was super pumped for him. Owen is a really good hand over there. This is a super sound steer. I like his angles. I like his depth of rib. Oh, and I love his up-frontedness in terms of his neck. He's a little plainer in terms of the texture of his muscle and the way that I read that to the center of his twist versus those cattle I elected to put in front of you today. Congratulations, Owen. Best of luck down the road. The black fuzzy-eared calf coming next, a calf that, we left fourth there, and I don't have a problem with his structure. He gets just a little deeper in his blade length, a little fuller in his chest. I just want to see that calf maybe just a little bit trimmer in his pattern at this particular stage and weight. The next calf, man, there's not much hair on this rig. It looks like the backside of my head, but when you start studying him, this guy right here is high and proud in his neck and super square in his hip. And although he's not monster-footed, that calf can really get out and go in terms of correctness of structure on all four corners. A nice pattern calf here, gets a little off in his hip and maybe just a little less accurate in terms of where his feet push out. I like to relax his ankle just a bit. Y'all see Cashton's face coming around the corner next year trying to tug on this steer? Cashton, you are one tremendous young man. I really enjoyed talking to you. He said that was the first time he'd showed at Denver. And, man, he's got a fine cowboy hat on. I know your calf is stubborn, but just keep working with him, and he'll do good for you one day. He's a nice young man. Couple nice calves here at the end. Just need a little more to him. These exhibitors did a great job. Congratulations. My hat's off to y'all.
Your results for class number 12 of your prospect steers. 9th place was Payson Hess. 8th place, Peyton Luark. 7th place, Cashton Block. 6th place, Quentin Ross Harwood. 5th place, Carson Caldwell. 4th place, Troy McWhirter. 3rd place, Owen Hockaday. 2nd place, Vienna Sells Jamie. And your class winner was Cutter Prinz. In the ring at this time now is going to be class number 13. Class 13 will consist of entries from Jake King, 922, Camden Welp, 922, Bodie Glover, 925, Sean Roth, 925, Wade Assay of 926, Paisley Luark of 928, Luke Andis of 930, Taylor Spotsito of 932, Sakari Frazier, 933, and Cadence Henhart of 933. Those are your entries that will make up class number 13, your final division, your final class of Division 4. Your results for Class 111A of your Highland heifers. 8th place, 4174 from Oak Grove Farm of Elmira, New York. 7th place, 4171 from Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. 6th place, 4168 from Husker Show Cattle of York, Nebraska. 5th place, 4172 from Wakarusa Cattle Company of Eudora, Kansas. 4th place, 4164 from TC Highlands of Pleasuresville, Kentucky. 3rd place, 4170 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. 2nd place, 4169 from Arrow Hill Cattle Company of Hayes, Kansas. And your class winner, 4167, comes from Clara Wallace of Vandalia, Missouri. Within your Highland show now, we will bring up Class 111B of Highland heifers born January 1st through April 15th of 2022. We will have entries 4175 from Gordon's Fold of Bennett, Colorado. 4178 from Husker Show Cattle of York, Nebraska. 4179 from Emily Blogett of Colfax, Wisconsin. 4181 comes from Grimes Hoosier Highlands Farm of Waynestown, Indiana. 4183 comes from Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. 4184 comes from Mid-Lakes Highlands of Minduro, Wisconsin. And rounding out our class is 4185. That is from Sea Wind Meadows, LLC of Dennis, Massachusetts. This is our last class before our Division 6. Division 6 is our last division before our grand drive.
Man, I hope y'all enjoyed looking at these two as much as I did. Boy, these are two, what I would say, very problem-free cattle. And most of the time, the evaluation process for me and the way that I've always taught my students was most problem-free to biggest, most glaring holes. And when you start studying these cattle at the ground, that's generally where you find the biggest separation. These two cattle are spot on in terms of just their natural lay to their foot to the surface, the athleticism, the ease, the comfort that's built into both of them, I find to be very, very high end, and that's why I love both of them so much. They've got a stout look about them. Neither one of them are overwhelming when you move right in behind them, but they're still progressive. But man, their structure is athletic and on target. Move that gray steer up just one notch. Every once in a while, he can relax in his pin set just a little bit. That's my only reservation on that calf. When this guy gets in motion, not only do I love his angles, but balance in motion, to me, is what separates good stock from elite stock. And man alive, does this guy balance in motion. His lines stay so consistent. His hip actually gets leveler when we walk the cattle. I love where his chest is. I love just his state of composition for his weight. I thought his neck carried a little higher off the top of his blade, and I don't know. There's just something about that calf in terms of the way he's put together and his front structure and just his general freshness that I would just kept gravitating towards. I didn't get to handle him. My hand was black after the other one, so I didn't want to make your calf black. But he looks like he's plenty good down his top. Like I said, we upgrade that one, pull his pin set up. I thought he was a little truer at the point of his hock going away in this particular comparison. When you brought this black calf in, young man, he looked just like he just floats. I know it's disappointing to get second, but you've got two incredible steers here. This guy, just like that one, balances in motion. He's every bit as good. He sets him down the way he needs to. That calf has got a really awesome rib cage in him. I guess for me, at the end of the day, one of my drawbacks on him, and maybe it's just right now the state that he's in or the way he's clipped, but he looks a little shorter pinned. Just the shape and length of his round and stifle, the depth of which it ties into his hock, to me reads a little shorter with a little less turn. And so if we're going to make a shorter muscle pattern, I'd have a little bit more wrap back in there. As I watch that calf walk away, I'd square him at the point of his hock and just increase his width right through the center of his twist. But young man, that is a tremendous steer. Again, I know it sucks to get second, but I do love both of those, and I love them because of their structure. He's always going to be a rock star in regards to his skeleton. The gray calf we've got coming in 3. Young lady, that is an awesome steer, very sound, very practical. You take him hooks to pins and there to the base of his hock. There's maybe not quite as much intense calf there as maybe the two in front of you, but that's a really good solid steer that I like to sound this to stay in 3rd. The gold calf coming next. A calf that wants to get just a little closed up and a little tighter structured as you watch him travel from behind. Let's go ahead and bring him on down the line. Young, just keep walking. This calf, if I could just make his lower body match his upper body, then we'd really have a nice calf. And he's a nice calf. I don't want to take anything away from him, but I needed to get him out and go just a little better. This young man here did a fine job. I like your hustle, young man. A little deeper chested relative to his flank. Stocking-legged calf here is kind of wavy-haired. Actually, probably a little sounder than the two I used in front of you. I thought he was a little lighter textured in terms of his muscle. This young lady did a marvelous job. A calf as well. It just gets a little flatter for me. The gold calf here in the silver belly calf, that young man, he just gets a little crisscrossed as I move him from behind. Same story with your gold calf here, young man. I love his shape, love his outline. I just need to upgrade his hock just a little bit. Paisley's down here at the end of the group, and marvelous little showman. She does a really nice job. That calf gets out and travels a little better than some of the cattle I put right in front of her, but just needs a little bit more to him. He's just a little skinny. What a nice set of kids and a good set of cattle in that particular go.
Your results real quickly for class number 13 of your prospect steers. 10th place, Paisley Luark. 9th place, Bodie Glover. 8th place, Sean Roth. 7th place, Candace Handhart. 6th place, Wade Asay. 5th place, Camden Welp. 4th place, Taylor Spacito. 3rd place is going to be Sakai Frazier. 2nd place, Jake King, and your class winner is Luke Andis. At this time within our Prospect Steer Show, we will bring back our class winners for our judge to select your Division 4 champion and top 5. Your results for Class 111B of your Highland heifers. 7th place, 4185 from Seawind Meadows, LLC. 6th place, 4179 from Emily Blodgett. 5th place was entry 4175 from Gordon's Fold. 4th place, 4183 from Michaela Massey. 3rd place, 4181 from Grimes Hoosiers Highland Farm. 2nd place, 4178 from Husker Show Cattle. And your class winner was 4184 from Midlake Highlands. At this time, within our show, we will have our Division 6 class winners return, and our judge will select your Division 6 Senior Heifer Calf champions. Within your Highland show, your champion for Division 6 will receive a banner sponsored by Uncle Dave, and your reserve champion will receive a champion banner sponsored by Highland Spice.
All right, hey, what a division right here. If you guys don't mind, I'm not asked for it a bunch, but let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate our D4 exhibitors. You know, some pretty expensive livestock out here. Very, very high end, highly fit, highly presented by these young kids, and real humbling to be able to get to look at them and analyze them and just give my opinion. I don't think this division necessarily is straightforward. I think you could get a variety of folks behind the microphone, and you're going to get a variety of answers that we land on. And so, man, what an exciting group, different endpoints here. Be really fun to track these, figure out where they go. This first class, you know, again, this was a brother to the one she had in the last division, and man, he is something from the side. Have that type of length and strength to his lines, that type of composition to him. That calf there is really, really intriguing and very, very wide when you move in behind him. My biggest reservation on him is I would spread his back toes just a little bit if you had an opportunity to get up close to him. When we parade the cattle, there's times where he can look like he needs to be a little chubbier bellied. But in time, as he makes a fat steer, and that comes together with his length, stretch, and components, it's going to be something. This Baldy that I've got out of the second class, proud and arrogant, good-legged, and really gets out and goes athletically. Love his body shape. That calf is very progressive in terms of his muscularity. Not the freakiest squares pinned one in the world, but man, I like that calf a great deal. He's not as big-haired in some areas. You know, he's got a little bit of crest and neck just simply because he lacks a little hair there above his cable. But that's a really nice calf that really grabs me hard in terms of his athleticism and just his proud look. This Brockle right here, that calf is one that you know, that guy is got a round rib cage, highly, highly muscular. You move him behind these cattle, and he's one of the two biggest ended ones, him and the other black one, and he's got just a neat density about him with a Brockle look and a high neck set. He's starting to kind of tire on us as we've brought him back out and got a little heated up and gotten a little piecier. I said it earlier, but he stands there just a little bit steep in his hock. He moved with a big reach. I wish his back feet were maybe just a little bigger, and he came to the ground just a little squarer right there. Then we got to this smoke, and, you know, this guy, when he relaxes, that guy right there gets a little low pin, but, man, is he balance in motion. I just can't say enough about that. I like stock that is flawless in their structure and flawless in their balance. when they're set, but most importantly when they're in motion. And that calf right there really fits my bias very, very well in that respect. And, you know, y'all might say, well, he could be a little bigger ended, and I definitely agree with that. If I could upgrade the calf anywhere, I would make him just a little bit stouter as you move in behind him. But, man, I think it's pretty hard to create livestock that can travel like that. So, tremendous lineup. Y'all pick your favorite. I think it's a close contest. I got to go with the one that fits my bias. Young man, you're going to have the champ here with the smoked calf. Congratulations to you. Melissa, if you need to talk, you go ahead.
Your Division 6 Senior Heifer Champion comes from Class 111A. That is entry 4167 from Clara Wallace of Vandalia, Missouri. Your Reserve Champion comes from our Class 111B. That is entry 4184 from Mid-Lakes Highlands of Menduro, Wisconsin. At this time within our Highland show, we will now take out our ring and bring up our division winners. Our judge will now select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion females. Now walking into the ring is our division winners for your Highland Heifer Show from your Division 1 of Intermediate Heifer Calves. Your champions, 40-42 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. The reserve for Division 1, 40-38 from Highland Connection of Lawrence, Kansas. From your second division of Junior Heifer Calves, champion 40-88 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. Your reserve champion 40-80 from Star Lake Cattle of George Mills, New Hampshire. From your third division of Senior Heifer Calves, your champion 4100 from Willow Prairie Farms of Fremont, Indiana. Your reserve champion 4101 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. From your Division 4 of Intermediate Yearling Heifers, your champion 4124 from Hollowcroft Cattle Company of Whiteford, Maryland. Your reserve champion from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. From your fifth division of Junior Yearling Heifers, your champion 4147 from Storybrook Farm and Joe and Shauna Toth of Troy, South Carolina. The reserve champion 4155 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. And from our last division, your champion of Senior Heifers 4167 from Clara Wallace of Vandalia, Missouri. And the reserve champion being 4184 from Mid-Lakes Highlands of Mindoro, Wisconsin. Those are your division winners for your judge, Melissa Smith, to select your grand champion and reserve grand champion females. The 2025 National Western Stock Show Grand Champion Highland Heifer will receive a bronze trophy sponsored by Silva's Highlands and a traveling trophy by Black Watch Farms. Your reserve Grand Champion female receives a bronze trophy sponsored by Dan Utter. After our grand and reserve grand champions have been selected within our Highland Show, we will be pausing for our bagpipes to come back into the ring. We will have our members from the Denver and District Pipe Band play off our champion and grand champion Highland Heifers. In the ring at this time for your Prospect Steer Show is now class number 14. Class number 14 is a new division. This is our fifth division. Division 5 will run for classes 14, 15, and 16. Within class number 14, we have 11 entries. Entry Cannon Ryman with a weight of 939. Haley Walker with a weight of 942. Cade Temple, 943. Riley Joseph, 945. Quentin Ross Harwood, 949. Jake King, 954. Cadence Henhart, 955. Ryden Post, 960. Luke Andis, 961. Sidney Romano Sonneman, 962. And Chesney Prince with a weight of 963. Those are your entries that will make up class number 14 of your Prospect Steers. Your grand champion female comes from Division 4 of intermediate yearling heifers. That is 4124 from Hollowcroft Cattle Company of Whiteford, Maryland. We'll now roll a reserve champion from Division 4. Our judge, Melissa Smith, will now take the considerations and pick your reserve grade champion. Your reserve grand champion, Highland female, comes also from your Division 4. Your reserve champion from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Congratulations to all of our Highland female exhibitors. We will clear out our ring and make way for our Denver and District Bagpipe Band to make their way to serenade our champions and reserve champions after the conclusion of our selection, I believe, over in our Prospect Steer Show.
Well, a really, really deep class, one of the deepest classes that we've seen all day, just in terms of all the way through. We've got cattle that'll feed, cattle with some muscularity, some rib cage that I think these kids are going to have a fantastic time with, and a lot of good things are going to come to fruition, I think, up and down this lineup for them at their final endpoints. When this calf walked in, I was taken back. He was a little bit stubborn, but I hope you guys can see the outline in this calf. His balance is extreme in a good way. Everything fits together, and yet he fits it together in a manner which is just with a little more pop, a little more power. His power parts are just a little bit further on the edge of the universe in terms of bone, his round and stifle shape. When you get him behind this creature, he's one of the thicker cattle I've seen all day, and he can travel all day on his hind leg. Really, really nice show calf to win this particular go. The butterscotch calf we got here in second, he's kind of getting hot and falling apart a little bit on us. I'd like to lengthen that calf's hip more than anything. And then same thing from blade forward. But, man, I love his body cavity. I don't mind this calf at all structurally, his density, his muscularity. That one to me reads fat steer. I like that calf a great deal. We get into several slots now, guys, and I'm just calling a spade a spade. I see them to be razor thin, and there's cattle here that are going to emerge, okay? Don't be frustrated just because you didn't get the ribbon today. This calf that I've got right here in this slot, I gave up a little bit on width and muscularity to gain a calf that I thought was elite in terms of his structure and motion. That calf balances well. He's got some grow and some lateness and maturity pattern to him. He'll be a big heavyweight that I think once he gets there and kind of plateaus out, will start to spread open. You're going to like him well in terms of his skeleton and his design. This young man here in the cowboy hat, I was curious where he was taking this calf. He says he's from Wyoming. He's got a little extra sheath, and y'all can all see he doesn't have the hair coat of some, and consequently, maybe you say, well, he pinches in his loin just a bit. I'm going to tell you what, that is a bad-to-the-bone hind leg. That calf right there has some link to him. He's got some cockiness in terms of the way that his neck lays into his blade. You put the same fur on that one as some of the other cattle, that one right there is as good as any of them. The next calf that's got the big shag, this calf right here, dense-bodied, big in his forearm, even beyond his hair, awesome neck. Young man, from his hook bone forward, I like him as good as any. From there back, for me, he shortens up. When we put him in motion, let's go ahead and roll him out. That calf, for me, wants to get just a little bit less ideal in terms of his hind leg structure. It's not bad. In some regards, it's almost because he's so shaggy-legged back there, it's hard to create maybe that athletic-looking type of a hind leg in that particular beast. Him in a class or two lower, just frame and lengthwise, may be just a little bit more on point. That calf coming next here is one that I like well. He's deep-sided. We got him in motion, maybe not quite as effective as some. His upper body shape maybe could be a little bigger and bolder relative to not necessarily out moving him from behind. The next calf right here, this young man does a marvelous job. Up-fronted, cocky neck. I like that guy's silhouette. Again, another calf from hook bone forward I love. He drops in his pins, and we get him in motion. He wants to get a little out of sorts just from a balance perspective. Same thing here. This calf wants to get a little close to his hocks, but I like his burliness. His upper pin set is good. I just need to follow him to the ground a little more genuine. This calf right here moves awesome. He just doesn't have enough to him. Calf on the end the young lady's got, just one that's a little bit out-competed here from a hair bone and width standpoint. What a class. Congratulations, everybody, and best of luck to y'all down the road at your respective finishes.
Your results for Class 302 of your cow-calf pairs for your Highland show. First place and your grand champion cow-calf pair receiving a trophy sponsored by Trafalgar Square Farm and traveling trophy by Bighorn Highlands Ranch. Your champion being 4188 from Mid-Lakes Highlands of Minduro, Wisconsin. We will pause both of our shows because we will have something very unique. We will have our Denver and District Pipe Band come in and serenade our champions, I believe, at this time. Also, while we're waiting for our Pipe District Band to come in, I want to make sure that we announce for our Highland sale, your consignor meeting normally happens inside Stadium Arena, but because of the fact that there's going to be the Llama and Alpaca show, that consignor meeting for tomorrow's national sale will take place just outside the vet shack that is just down the ramp outside of Stadium Arena between the Stadium Arena and the show barns. So again, the Highland consignor meeting for tomorrow's national sale will take place between Stadium Arena and the show barns. So please meet up at the Vet Shack that is just to the right of Stadium Arena as you walk to the arena. A special thank you to the Denver and District Pipe Band for playing and serenading our champion Highland heifers. While we have a minute before our shows get back underway, if you're sitting ringside or watching online, if for some reason you get the urge to purchase yourself a Highland, there will be a opportunity for you to do so tomorrow. There'll be the National Highland Sale. It's an opportunity for Highland cattlemen and women to showcase their top animals, purchase their next breeding piece, and network with other producers and breeders from across the country. You can stop by and enjoy the high-quality livestock and fellowship tomorrow at 10 a.m. And for those of our exhibitors and consigners that are participating in the Highland Sale, the meeting of consigners normally is in Stadium Arena. This year, we will have our consigner meeting at the Vet Shack that is in between Stadium Arena and the show barn. Because the Llama and Alpaca Show will be going underway as soon as our show concludes here, that consigner meeting has moved. It normally is in here, but due to the scheduling conflicts, we will have that consigner meeting in between Stadium Arena at the Vet Shack at the old wash rack facility between Stadium Arena and the show barn. We are now underway with our prospect steers classes. We'll give our judge, Dr. Ryan Rathman, a chance to look at class number 15. Class number 15 is the second class within division number 5. We'll have entries from Summer Wangaro of weight 965, Cade Temple with a weight of 974, Landon Spate 975, Owen Hockaday with a weight of 977, Ben Mathis with a weight of 981, Kaysen Johnson with a weight of 985, Jace Hines with a weight of 985, Tinley Bivens with a weight of 985, and rounding out class number 15 is Riley Harmon with a weight of 990. These are your 9 entries that will make up class 15 of Division 5 of your prospect steers. And just so you know, for scheduling purposes, the Highland Show has paused for pictures at the backdrop. We will get a chance to have all of our champions walk across the backdrop with our official photographers of Legacy Livestock Imaging. We appreciate them being the official photographers once again of the 2025 National Western Stock Show. Once our pictures have concluded at the backdrop, we will move into our bull show. We'll start up with Class 201 of bull calves. It's been a while since we've talked about our judge, so we'll do so once more. Our judge for our Prospect Steer Show is Dr. Ryan Rathman. Dr. Ryan is an associate professor of beef cattle biology and a holder of the John W. and Doris Jones Endowed Professorship in the Department of Animal and Food Sciences at Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas. Ryan has a BS in animal science and an MS in reproductive physiology from Texas A&M and a PhD in ruminant nutrition from Texas Tech. Ryan teaches courses in the cow-calf management, animal breeding, and genetics and artificial insemination courses. He conducts diversified applied research, including culling cow reconditioning, confined and semi-confined cow-calf system management, and beef cow sustainability. Ryan is the all-time winningest coach in collegiate history. Man, that's a flex right there if he's the best coach in all of history. He's got 3 championship teams with Texas A&M and 6 for TTU. He's also got 5 national championship meat animal evaluation teams. Ryan operates R&K Cattle, a registered Red Angus seed stock operation. He judges livestock shows extensively across the United States and abroad. To date, he and his family have sorted over 400 shows in 40-plus states. Ryan is married to Kayla Coles Rathman, and they have 2 beautiful daughters named Kinley, who's 15, and Carly, who is 13. We appreciate Dr. Rathman and all of his accolades taking the time to evaluate our prospect steers for the National Western Stock Show.
All right, we got this class and one more. It's been a great show. I thought we had a really nice class winner to come to the top here. A calf that, you love him in motion. There is no problems. There's no hesitation there. He's got the right type of bend and the way he pushes with confidence. That calf as well, I thought, good centered, one of the heavier muscled cattle from his hook bone back. Maybe could amp him up just a little bit right in behind his shoulder in terms of just the pop that he's got right there. That's a nice functional steer to start this class. My man Eli's here in second. He said his brother was Owen. We've already talked about here in a class or two before. And nice pair of brothers here that do a good job. They're working hard. This old calf's got a nice cheek on him, a good head. He's good in terms of his rib cage. I think he's a little wider ended than the calf I got down there in 3. He rolls and shortens a little bit from hooks to pins. I'd no doubt like to improve him there. Got a little bit of chest, but kind of got a nice set to his neck when he's willing to get it up. Eli, keep up the good work, bud. Keep grinding and working hard there at home. The calf we got here in 3, kind of rubbed out a little bit on his back left hip there. Kind of goes along with him being just a little more poned up looking and a little wedgy pinned, if you will, in terms of hooks to pins, funneling just a little bit shorter in that pin set. The way his tailhead ties in there, I'd like to change that. But a good, sound, functional steer, going to be very safe to feed, very good bodied, very practical. Nice pair of cattle there that I thought were razor thin between 2 and 3. We moved to a gold calf with a little bit more look and stretch and elevation to him. I personally would like to crack him open just a little bit as I move in behind him, young lady. I do like his silhouette very, very well. Tinley's coming around the corner here next, and this little young lady, you talk about one that carries herself with confidence and a really good hand here at the end of the halter. This is a good stick right here. I don't know how many showmanships you've won yet in your life, but you're bound to win a bunch more if it hadn't happened already, young lady. I like your look, too. You're out here to take care of business. This calf is well balanced. He rounds a little out of his hip, gets a little finer footed, and kind of brings his hock in, is mainly why I've got him in this spot. The stocking-legged calf, young man, y'all can keep walking if y'all don't mind. They'll just keep the four we got coming on out the ring. But this is a nice calf. Wants to get just a little steeper in terms of his blade angle. Has a nice reach, but just needs to be a little softer there in his forerib. Another calf that's got a good reach, but maybe cracks his ankle just a bit. The black calf right here, just a little deeper in his chest, nice in his top line. He, too, is maybe not the most convicted in terms of how he pushes out of his hind leg. Calf we got at the end, again, just a little more frame, maybe not quite as much butt, not quite as much body, but a nice outline calf in terms of one that's long-sided and got a lot of growth to him.
Results for Class 15 of your prospect steers. 9th place, Riley Harmon. 8th place, Ben Mathis. 7th place, Cade Temple. 6th place, Jace Hines. 5th place, Tinley Bevins. 4th place, Landon Spate. 3rd place, Summer Wangaro. 2nd place, Owen Hockaday. And your class winner is Kaysen Johnson. Making their way into your Southern Show ring for your prospect steers is class number 16. Class 16 is our final class for the day. We'll have entries in this class with a weight range of 1,000 pounds to 1,080 pounds. Class 16 has entries Taylor Kennedy with a weight of 1,000 pounds. J.W. Burgett with a weight of 1,009. Donovan West with a weight of 1,012. Porter Schneider with a weight of 1,013. J.W. Burgett with another entry. This one weighs 1,014. Davey Frost with a weight of 1,015. Trace Johnson with a weight of 1,016. Ainsley Kramer with a weight of 1,036. Cash Pratt with a weight of 1,040. Lucas Mullins with a weight of 1,056. Ryan Sposito with a weight of 1,058. And our last entry that makes up Class 16 comes from Sadie McWhirter with a weight of 1,080. Those are your 12 entries that will make up your last class of your prospect steers.
All right, the class we've been looking for, the last one of the day, 16. This has been a nice set, a great morning and afternoon, early afternoon now. We end with a trio of steers that I like really, really well. Taking nothing away from the rest of the cattle standing down the line over there, but I think these three are awfully, awfully nice. I think the margins of differences are closer than maybe they appear. When you start to study this calf that starts the class, he's probably just a little bit more advanced in terms of where we're at from a maturity, from a weight perspective. Hair is big. I don't know what you want to rate that hair score coming off the backside of that hind leg, but there's a lot of shag down there. But I think beyond that, what you have built in is a hind leg that's assembled with some function and some squareness, and I probably like his natural base width as good as any of these three. When you get to the front of the cattle, read their skull, their muzzle, their jawbone, I see just maybe a fraction more intensity in that calf versus the calf I've got there in second and third. That calf's got a monster big body cavity and a big hip. If I have any reservations about him is when I got up close to him and just looked down his top. I'd probably like to see just a little bit square type back shape to him. But at the same token, I would imagine it's probably a situation on the feed bucket right now where we're kind of pulling the reins back because we just need to make certain that we don't get too far ahead of ourselves compositionally and weight-wise. That's a very intriguing calf that starts. The calf that we've got here in two, absolutely dynamite when we get the cattle in motion. I love the way he picks his hind leg up, pushes off of it, and uses it. He stays so collected in motion. He's more collected in motion than perhaps even when he's standing still. At the end of the day, he's got just a nickel more throat running from the base of his cheek down to the upper part of his chest relative to looking just a little plainer in terms of his jawbone. He gets a little bit looser top. I don't know from a front three-quarter shot if there's quite as much just real calf right there through the center of his stifle as I just sit there and measure him out. The calf I've got here in three really fired me up, young lady, when he came in. There is none better in regards to just being fresh-chested and shallow right there and coming up with an extreme cobra look in terms of his neck, head, and ears. And then you lay that type of groove down his spine to complement that type of fresh front end and that type of round rib cage. I was all in. From hook bone back, he rounds a little bit. For me, he's just a little sensitive on his feet. I don't know he's quite as hard-footed, as tough-footed. I'd like to change that just a little bit in him in terms of just his hind leg posture, and he shuffles them just a little bit more. I'm being picky. You take that calf, and like I said, you work through the center and front part of his body. That is one very unique animal, and I sure wish you the best with that one wherever you're taking him. The calf that's got kind of the ABC sheath on him coming next, he's very sound, very deep. He's a nice calf. Problem was we had three calves out in front that were just wilder in their parts and pieces. This calf maybe looks like he'd read a little plain from the side. Get him behind him. There's some real width from hooks to pins. That's a good solid steer, young lady. You ought to be very proud of him. Then we got into a pair right here I was back and forth on. This one's got the curls in terms of his hair. That's not fun to try to blow straight. But when you start breaking his components down, I see a little more internal width through his sternum. I see a back that's bigger, and I see a pin bone that's just a little bit stouter, even though he's just a little off in terms of balance. Young man in the cowboy hat alternatively got one whose lines are electric. His look up through his front end is second to none. He's got a cool color about him. We just need to crack him open. Boys and girls, let's go ahead and get him on the parade and keep on moving right here. That's a nice calf. Like I said, just need to be wider. The black calf coming next doesn't want to. Y'all keep on going. Y'all don't have to stop. Y'all keep on going. The nice calf here. He's got a good feeding head about him, round body, little tighter bellied, and not quite what we need in terms of eliteness of hind leg. My man Lucas right here. Did y'all watch him show? This kid's flat out a stud. I like this kid a lot. He's got a good up-fronted calf. Just one, again, like the calf in front of him. We need more bellies. We need a better hind leg to complement the quality that we've got on the end of that halter. Lucas's job showing. The baldy calf coming next, big soggy-bodied calf, for me needs to fit his tail head into his pin set a little differently and go just a little bit better. The calves we have remaining, these two I thought need to be a little better structured, but really dead level in their top line. Gray calf on bottom is just a little bit plain and chuffy up front. Young man, don't get him too fat. You probably have to lean him up just a bit to try to make certain that his balance is held in check. What a nice class. Congratulations to y'all. Certainly a very nice group of kiddos and a good strong set of cattle there on that top end.
Your results for Class 16 of your prospect steers: 12th place, Porter Schneider; 11th place, Donovan West; 10th place, J.W. Burgett; 9th place, Ainsley Kramer. 8th place, Lucas Mullins. 7th place, Ryan Spacito. 6th place, J.W. Burgett. 5th place, Taylor Kennedy. 4th place, Sadie McWhirter. 3rd place, Davey Frost. 2nd place, Trace Johnson. And your class winner was Cash Pratt. At this time, within our Prospect Steer Show, we will bring back our top exhibitors from classes 14, 15, and 16. Our judge will select your top 5 from your division number 5, the last division for your Prospect Steers. We welcome back our Highland exhibitors to our show ring. We will have in the ring class 201 of our Highland bull calves born of May 1st of 2024 or later. Within this class, we will have entries 4190 from Cobb Hollow Farms of Pigscott, Iowa. 4192 comes from Cobb Hollow Farms. 4193 comes from Mid Lakes Highlands of Mindoro, Wisconsin. 4195 comes from 4-Star Highlands from Olathe, Kansas. 4196 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming, and 4197 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan. Those are the entries that are slated to be in your class of 201. This is our first class and the only class in the division of intermediate bull calves. So first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion intermediate bull calves.
I'm throwing mixed signals out here. I apologize. I was just trying to move that calf up. Hey, we're having a good time here. I've had a blast today. I hope y'all have enjoyed the Prospect Show with your families and your kiddos. This is a low-stress environment. It's not the end point. It's just an opportunity to get cattle out and see what you got and be excited, or see where you need to manage a little bit differently. They have certainly not all been halter broke, so we still got some work to do there. But man, this last division has been very, very good. Don't circle him. Just pull him up a step. I think he's too stubborn to do it. The calf that we had to come out of that first class, this calf, I do not like his general degree of stubbornness. I'm sure that will improve. What I do love is this guy's hip and hind leg. I don't know if y'all have honed in and watched how incredibly athletic and long-reaching in real estate that this guy grabs in motion. It is impressive to step in behind him and see that level of rear cheeks. This guy is huge ended. He's got an awesome rib cage. I like the freshness of his blade. You can still see the crease of his scapula, which tells me we've got him where we need him as a prospect condition-wise, and he's really up-fronted when he's not stubborn. The calf that we've got there out of that second class, I like this guy in motion. He can really get out in Cadillac. This guy has just got a nice soft cage in him. He's maybe just a little bit closer to average in terms of the upper half of his rib cage if I had to pick on him. But, man, you talk about a safe steer to feed. And then we concluded with this big, husky, shaggy rascal that's got 6 inches of hair flowing off of his hind leg. This guy is big-ended, bold-bodied, and got a nice balanced look. You know, he almost looks like a fat steer. We'd give him a new eyeball on this right eye if we could. And like I said, amp maybe the shape and crease of his top up just a little bit. But I do like that calf very, very well. Functional stock that's built for the long haul and dense. In this division, guys, my strongest compliments. I thought there was a clear-cut winner. That's just my opinion. Congratulations, young lady. Good luck getting them fully broke. This butterscotch calf has got the rib, density, bone proportions that I certainly admire a great deal. I'd stretch him a little bit and elevate maybe his chest. His structure, I'd say, is about 90. There's a few things I'd tweak on it. We're going to go back here and use the big husky steer that's blind in his right eye for reserve. Congratulations to you, young man. I had to wait on my man Eli here. This kid's a good young man here. He's got a bright career out in front of him. Been a nice division here. We're going to go back to this class for my fourth selection. Young man, if you pull your calf over here, please give him a nice round of applause. Five, we're going to go up front for the butterscotch calf. That's a close call right there. I do love this calf, young lady. If you can get him just to move just a little square there from behind, make sure he's hard-footed and confident on his feet when you get to your shows on the concrete. I think that guy's got some pieces. Let's give everybody in this division a huge round of applause. That was a great set of cattle.
Your Division 5 top 5 for your prospects. 5th place, Chesney Prinz. 4th place, Trace Johnson. 3rd place, Kaysen Johnson. 2nd place, Cash Pratt. And Division 5 winner, Canyon Riemann. At this time, we will now bring back all of our division winners, and our judge, Dr. Ryan Rathman, will do the honors of selecting your champion and reserve champion prospect steers. In the Highland show ring at this time is Class 202B of bull calves. These bull calves were born on March 1st through April 5th of 2024. We have entries 4205 from Circle V Cattle Company of Gordon, Nebraska. 4206 from Highland Connection of Lawrence, Kansas. 4207 from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. 4208 from Storybrook Farm of Winchester, Tennessee. 4210 from Brett Valley Highlands of Orleans, Nebraska. Those are your entries that will make up Class 202B of your Highland bulls. Results for Class 202B of your Highland Bull Calves. 5th place, 4205 from Circle V Cattle Company. 4th place, 4207 from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. 3rd place, 4210 from Rep Valley Highlands of Orleans, Nebraska. 2nd place, 4206 from Highland Connection of Lawrence, Kansas. And your class winner, 4208 from Storybrook Farm of Winchester, Tennessee. Within your Highland Show, we will now have Class 203 of bull calves born of January 1st through February 29th of 2024 enter the ring. We have entries 4212 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. 4213 from Keller Ranch of Crestline, Ohio. 4214 from Clearwater Springs Highlands of Brighton, Colorado. 4216 from Beyond Hope Farm of Glendale, Minnesota. And 4217 rounds out our class from Schulte Farms of Kearney, Nebraska. And over in your Prospect Steer Show ring, we have our champion and reserve champions from their divisions. From division number 1, Natty Hood Bremer with a weight of 718. Your champion from division 2 is Croy Riemann with a weight of 792. Your champion from division 3, Abby Talok with a weight of 869. From division 4, Luke Andes with a weight of 930. And your 5th division champion is Cannon Ryman with a weight of 939. Your reserve champions that are in the ring from division number 1, Caleb Thompson, 690. Division 2 reserve champion, Vienna Sells Jamie with a weight of 804. From division 3, your reserve champion, Shay Stone, 869. From division 4, Danica Prinz with a weight of 903. And from division number 5, your reserve champion, Cash Pratt, with a weight of 1040. Those are your champion and reserve champions. For consideration for your judge to select your grand and reserve grand champion, Prospect Steers.
We good? All right, we're going to wrap this party up over here on the Prospect Steer side. I've had an absolute blast, and I do mean that. I really enjoy judging. I just love working with y'all's young people. We had a lot of little kiddos here, some tiny kids. We had some that were 5 years of age showing like they were 15, and it's just that's what makes this fun. Prospect shows for me are just so much fun because, it doesn't seem as high a stakes, if you will, because we know that this is just the beginning and not the end. And there's going to be a lot to change, and it's always fun to get cattle out that you're excited, that you just got your hands on, that you just, got on feed and see how they stack up. What was cool about this landscape is that as you go through and you ask the kids, what's your end point, what's your destination, we got everything from kiddos that are going to land in maybe mid to early summer, all the way to calves that I'm sure will be here next year as fats, and a lot in between. And so, you gotta size that up, gauge. Each kid needs to understand what weight and what condition level they need to be at to appropriately target their endpoint. And I certainly think we're going to have a lot of cattle here that are going to end up winning big for these kids in the end. So I really appreciate the staff here at Denver asking me. Make no mistake, anytime that you're asked to judge here at the best show in the country, it is very humbling, and I don't take that lightly. If y'all don't mind, let's put our hands together, congratulate and thank the folks that run this stock show and work this committee here. It is unselfish giving of time, and we really appreciate Sarah over there. Thank you for having me, and enjoyed the morning here with your kids. I went yesterday and got a cowboy hat. I think I've judged about 400 shows. You know how many times I've worn a cowboy hat? Twice. And the time before, I had the biggest headache you could ever imagine. But I had bought that hat at Cavender's for probably about $60. And about 5 years ago, one of my kids was high individual here at Denver, and Grilly Hat Works, they give out a gift certificate, like $400 or $500. And a pig kid won it. And I said, hey, you don't need that hat. You're a pig kid. You ain't no cowboy. And anyways, I traded him a hide for that gift certificate. So yesterday, after I was kind of had downtime, the fat show was over, I ran up to Grilly Hat Works. Man, that's a deal up there. They outfit you right. And I don't know if I look completely silly in this cowboy hat or not, but I do not have a headache. It was pretty comfortable, and I enjoy wearing it. So maybe I'll do that again in the future. But anyways, hey, I've had a ball. I hope your families travel safe. God bless y'all. God bless your kids. Let's pump it up and fire it up for these kids. Let's put our hands together, congratulate them on a tremendous prospect show. It was a lot of fun.
Your Prospect Steer champion comes from Division 5. That is Cannon Ryman with a weight of 939. Your reserve grand champion comes from Division 4. That is Luke Andis with a weight of 930. Your third overall for your Prospect Steers comes from Division number 3. That is Abby Talak with a weight of 869. Your 4th overall comes from Division 4. That is Danica Prinz with a weight of 903. And your 5th overall comes from Division number 5. That is Cash Pratt with a weight of 1040. Congratulations to all of our prospect steer exhibitors. Now that our prospect steer has concluded over in our southern show ring, it'll give us a chance to focus specifically on our Highlands over here. Some results to get to from your